very. Are we on?
Yep.
Are we on? We are.
Yep. You're up and running.
And like, meeting that is certain, does it show us?
I think that might have gone off, but it is on and we tested it.
Like, really bridge activity. You got any? But you really bad for it. I think I've already heard the answer, but then the accounts payable 63,000. Oh, that's for, I ordered, and they have some came in a little higher, which I mean, it was in the scope of it, and it's like 2 of my older dump body for dump trucks. They needed to reline, so does the liners. So they bid them, get them all ready, then we get them, then we as well with him. So it's a refill to 1999. Yeah, so how many little, two. Crashing. Yeah, but it's all that, that AR metals, rocks and stuff. Going through, I understand that. Thanks for that. You bet. Did have HK ask race. They're doing a big tiny airport. They're doing the Pape the aprons up there. And they called us because they did stage at our 351 pit. I said, I'd ask you guys. I'll make sure they leave it as small. No liability issues there. I don't. They have, so right there. Even when I'm involved there, people research and they got insurance. I don't think they required to. Some should come up with small agreement, passing all liability back to them in case that's included, but I don't know what you're accustomed to. Right. Well, I've never met anybody ever just come to our pits like that, but I mean, we've done a lot with HCK, the boys been really good. Yeah, I think you're right. You gotta have something. Let's see if we can get Clayton to have something forward and meaningful, and that way we're not assuming liability for their equipment or personnel. Okay.
It's pretty short duration, isn't it?
What's that?
Pretty short job, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just to do the aprons up there.
Please, Billy's up to under license.
Yeah, they have to be in there. I mean, they're doing it, they know about the snips.
Okay, so they'd be outside of the big game snips.
Yeah.
So we violate anything.
No, we talked about that. From what he was saying, they're gonna get into that, I think it's, but, less than 12 to do that. Then last meeting, he showed me that text from Mr. Belleville. And I looked into that, just the question, and it's not for roads. It's I talked to the company, and it's dust depressant. It's for food. It's for grain. He said he'd be willing to sell it to us to see if it works, but he's never tried it on roads. But it's he was a really nice gentleman to talk to and stuff. He explained to me what they do with it and stuff. He doesn't think it would work for roads.
Well, thanks for looking into it. It was just.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know. That's all I got for Road and Bridge. I know Mike's got a couple of things.
I don't really have much. Other than the Advart project, which is truly advertised. Advertised now, we haven't heard anything yet. So wait till that's 30. Just need to bring back to you on that.
Mike, that involves foreign bases. You have to do a road around those cattle guards.
Yeah,
So it's gonna have to be somebody with some construction equipment.
yes.
And these locals here. Is it in the papers that they're seeing it?
I don't know exactly where Eric advertised it and whatever the statutory is. I can get those answers to you.
I just feel that's a pretty simple project. I know that it's, there was nothing.
Yeah, we've had good.
I don't know if they're seeing the advertisement.
I mean, because we put in the calls also, and all the local guys asked about it, especially the ones that have done already, they've done a good job. I think there's just a lot of work out there.
Now, HK, I did get word from them, maybe if they're coming up here to do the apron, would they be interested in it?
Possibly.
Be interested in it, but pretty much.
Yeah, just depends on their schedule if they not, but I know we talked to them.
Yeah, they were gonna reach back with another set of hands.
Okay, yeah, so I'll check with Eric again on that. Sure that they're aware. We reached back out to deeper underneath. Health trackers, they just got a lot lined up already, so maybe it's a timing.
There's been a duty thing more.
We haven't got anything from them for a while. They did get, I believe, that one did get us, and some for it. So. Earlier twice, I was in hammering with the Fairgrounds discussions. Thank you.
Landfill is, it's, everything's just, I'm in like clockwork there, and no issues going on there, shredders run good, it's been slow. A lot of, C&D slows me down, but I kind of think that, it's slowly picking up, but it's probably been the slowest year we've had, in quite a few years.
So, Mr. Chairman, so that wasn't a dump, trailer with Jackson Swan was.
Yeah, we got, I think there's 5 of them hit today.
I thought that's what.
Yeah. Yeah, but there's high winds, Idaho won't let them go, so they come to us.
So what do we realize out of a trailer load like that financially? Financially, what do we realize out of a trailer load of trash down from that?
Oh, they're like probably today, them 5 trucks, that'll be 40,000.
Really?
Yeah. Well, they only come because, we charge pretty high rate.
Right.
So they only come to us when they have to, when they can't go to Idaho, they gotta come to us.
So what do you think they did done for in Idaho, 5 trucks?
I got $22 a ton. So, that would be way, way less. They dump on the reservation there, so.
A little different situation.
Way cheaper. And then golf course, started getting ready to plow off the greens, get the mounds picked up, start each one, as soon as the snow start getting all our fertilizer and all these chopping a bit to get going on that. I'm starting for start some construction, get some rows out there, get ready to plant some more trees and stuff at the other end. Well, we're just kind of on hold till the weather breaks a little more. But other than that, the pro shop's pretty much done. Electricals pretty much should be done this week. The restaurant people are getting closer. Pro shop, like I said, right now we're dealing with trying to get that kind of turned into trying to get the bank accounts like we talked about last week switched over to the other bank and trying to get the credit card thing going, and that's turning into being a little more of a project than we thought. But hopefully Emily's on vacation, so we're hopefully we'll have that all up and running. We're hoping we're starting to get people coming in to buy memberships and stuff. So, but it's going good. That's all I got for that. Any questions?
I've got one, Mr. Chairman. So, from it, that looks to me like there's a pretty major construction job going on in the Barber Creek. That town, the county was doing that, like,
It's down.
so what are they doing to open that up so that water can get through that ice?
No, they're putting in sewer and water services.
I just see it there, I was curious.
All I got.
Okay, next is the
LEP is a performance review, just make a motion to go into executive session. Second. We'll adjourn the executive session and
again. Um, so Kendall Valley, the fire department up there, we had the sewer line froze up. And something we were dealing with for a bit, and then after we got that remedied and got it while the pressure tank decided it didn't want to work, so they didn't have water. We just told them to not use anything, but we've got all that fixed. We replaced the water tank and everything's. Let's see, district court, the audiovisual system wasn't, for some reason they couldn't connect to it. We had to have the audiovisual guys come down and work on it. That's all through the state and they pay for all that, but we usually help because we're familiar with the system. We dealt with this. We deal with those guys for our other audiovisual systems that we put in. We got that remedied. Marbleton fire, there's several things. I just put the compressor on here because we finished up repiping. So the compressor there and some of the other compressors, fire departments are filling up with water. So we've done some repiping and added the drains so that they're easy to drain the water out of them. So we don't ruin those compressors. And that's completed. And then some of the other stuff we did there at the Marbleton fire, they had some breakers going off because everything was kind of flowing through the circuit. So my electrician went and he's kind of redone it and separated everything out so it wouldn't pop the breakers in one. They were just too much influence. And as well as that compressor, they were running a line kind of just over to fill the trucks, over there and stuff. But it wasn't a very clean, permanent thing, so he redid all that. Just cleaned everything. It worked good. That's all done. He's been doing that on and off, between season stuff. Courthouse generator. So you guys aren't aware, those generators exercise every week, so they can make sure they're running. So the one at the courthouse, it's running on a load. When it would do its exercise, it would actually run the building, at least most of it. And the problem with that is there's a battery backup in the basement of the sheriff's office. It's a very high dollar battery backup. And it keeps, if there's any interruption whatsoever, that 911 and that dispatch and all that stuff will continue to work. If, let's say, the generator didn't start, it'd give you some hours, that I don't remember the exact amount of time, but it gives you some time. Well, when the generator runs the whole building, what we found out is it's destroying the batteries in that battery backup. And so there's a company that comes out and maintains that battery backup. And they figured out what the issue was and replace the batteries. It's like $12,000 to replace them. And so we've had our generator guy come out and he's set the generator to not run the building. It'll still exercise. And then the guy from Eaton, which is the company that maintains the battery backup, we got them together, and sounds like we can run the building, maybe once a quarter as opposed to every week, and that help not destroy those batteries. So it's something that's coming up. It's a process of getting that done. But we've got it completed. So now we're gonna replace the batteries because we didn't want to replace them until we got that remedied. So I told them to go ahead and do it.
Wondering if he had any kind of option where I'm assuming it's the burning power that comes from the generators that's damaged in the batteries. Is there any kind of filter system on it, or can they run an isolated switch where the batteries aren't seeing the power coming from the generator?
He didn't mention that, but I figured that might be more expensive than what we've done. You know what I mean?
That's something long term, so it's covered both ways as far as, if there's something that we can throw in there and filter it.
So first I'll ask him if that is why that's happening, and then see if there is an option. I can ask him.
I think, well, that's what we see is when you're switching from a generator, or line power to generator power, it's just not as clean.
I'll find out. I'll ask him because he didn't mention anything like that. He knew this guy's pretty top notch, so I figured he'd do it up, but
Surely we're not the only one that have a problem with those batteries, and surely somebody around the country, around the fix.
one thing I did, well, we found out someone changed something on that generator. We don't, because it didn't used to run the building. And then all of a sudden it did. And our generator guy, he was the one that he worked for Cummins before, and then he split off on his own, and we went with him because he was so good, and quite a bit cheaper. And so we don't know if Cummins did that the last time they serviced that generator, if they changed something, because they didn't do that before, because we didn't have this issue before. So,
Gotta be something we can do to fix it.
yeah, I'll ask them. Okay, so I put the ice arena lights on here. So if you guys recall, I told you about the bad wiring up there. Those lights had deteriorated. The original wiring was not proper. And so we were gonna have to rewire it. And we're gonna put new fixtures, because now it's all just a mess now. And I gave you guys the quote. I said it's about $30,000. And then once we got close to them taking the ice off, we would discuss going along with that, which it has to be done. I mean, if we don't do it, it's a hazard. It's a big hazard, and we were limping it along until we got close to pulling the ice off, so we didn't have to shut the rink down for a period of time during the season. Well, that time's coming. And I need you guys to give me the thumbs up so I can get this done. We have a short window because the ice is coming off on the 20th or 21st, it looks like. Yeah, 21st. And then they're going to clean the floor 22nd through 25th. Let's see. Then they have a possible event May 2nd through the 4th. And then they have another one, the 15th and the 17th of May. And then after that, we have a window to get this done until July 1st. So what I really need from you guys is to say, get this done. So I can call Design Electric and say, get the parts you need to get it done. Because I'm going to call them as soon as I walk out of here. And then I will give them the dates on when we can get that done so we can, because then the ice goes back on and so we. Anyway.
Sure. Andre, did you give us an estimated cost on that?
It's $29,500.
That probably needs to be updated because I'm sure the wiring has.
So we're replacing the wiring, all the fixtures.
So I'm sure the wiring has felt the tariffs. I know we're seeing a 18 to 25% increase in all our wiring. So that's just because of the tariffs going on right now and get that. So I'd like to see an updated number, but I'm ready to commit to getting it done. I mean, it needs to be get done. It's a safety issue out of that building.
Yeah, massive.
In my conversation with Mr. Irey, he brought up that maybe with this expenditure, depending on what happened between now and then, maybe when we were budgeted, we're prepared to move on.
Yeah, this isn't part of the budget. Sorry, I should say that.
And will we be under budget total for the year, or will we need to be prepared to move money across?
I mean, it all depends on what emergencies come up between now and the end of budget. I could possibly make it work, and I might have to come in here.
Work it with me, you want to be there.
I am going to go back to Sam's. You might know, we're going to do a couple of deals that you and everybody till April 1st. It seems people there one line down prices just for the reason.
We just had a conversation with them. They're working on something. I said we're probably gonna lose internet for 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, so
I don't know exactly,
like Mike said already, answer the
but
project.
they wanted to warn us. That's.
So I'll call.
Sorry.
It's gotta be one that they quoted, and if he doesn't, I'll say I'll take quote. We're doing pretty good, especially on the line item where that's coming out of. It's not gonna go on, it's coming off the maintenance, government facilities line item, which I'm doing really well on this year. But it's maintenance. We don't know what's gonna happen tomorrow. I have to get a phone call now.
Good job, thank you.
Okay. And then, the other thing is that I gave you guys the estimate on what it costs to do that addition. You guys had given me the go-ahead to at least get an estimate from, Jorgensen. And, they're estimating I think 4 to, or 2.2 to 2.6 million. Instead of do that expansion on the ice arena, which, even when they gave that to me, even he went, a lot. And then, it's you're talking, there's 120,000 on there just to design it. It's your guys' seats, but if I was in that seat, I'm conservative, so.
I think you could get the numbers to me. Look at it, that's all right,
Yeah, and I mean, I think that would be a question, do you want me to even put that on my budget for you guys to say yes or no? When I put budgets together?
When I went over to visit and take a tour of it, it was substantially less square footage than 4,300 square feet. So it was to increased as people got wishing for different things. Initially, it was just a small addition to accommodate what was needed at the time. Or I could have misunderstood, I get that, but I don't.
I don't know. I mean, I know that they had already kind of did a rough drawing, of kind of what they were wanting, that they've had for quite a while. And they pretty much gave that to, Crumpton.
Sure.
He was going up for that.
You can always put it on your budget, worst that can happen is it's not approved.
Okay, and maybe we'll just do that. All right, that's pretty much all I got.
Thank you so much for your time, Jack.
Thank you.
No. He does pretty hard, don't you? Get it. Mr. Cooper.
Commission, how's everybody today?
Yeah.
Your time on the agenda, I'll just give my, regular monthly fire warden report. So our budget, we're a little over halfway, expended on our total budget, but we're 2/3 of the way through the budget year, so we're on track here and under budget, so everything's looking good. ML was able to submit a grant application for a $5,000 grant to purchase new bunker gear for our firefighters. That's about 1/7 bunker gear. Happy to try to help we can. Emergency incidents last month in February, we went to 21 incidents total. There's a breakdown there for you where they were. Fire investigations, there was one fire investigation called out in the month of February. Fire prevention, the big thing was we had 2 smoke detectors installed. And then now that it's beginning to transition into spring, we're starting to schedule public education programs for communities and firewise programs. But it's set in stone yet. We're starting to reach out to the communities and get those scheduled for the summer. For training, our recruit academy is going strong right now. We have 25 state exams that were proctored last month. We completed the initial, completed the initial CPR and first aid training. for under recruit firefighters. And then we used the fire training facility for 4 days last month to provide recruit academy training, hazmat operations, which was CPR for sure. Beyond that, just my regular cooperative meetings with local, state, and federal governments. Last month, we submitted 14.5 hours in volunteer hours at this community activity for the firefighters working on. That's any questions.
After Mr. Chairman. Yeah, so this is probably a silly question, but on fire investigations, is that something you request, or is it like fire origin or arson, or what terms of having a fire investigation?
Mr. Chairman, so Wyoming state statute requires that all fire departments in the state have to investigate every fire to determine the origin, the cause of the fire. And then we have to submit a report to the Wyoming State Fire Marshal's Office and then to the United States USFA, United States Fire Administration. And what that is, it's statistical reporting for analysis and determining, how many fires there were and what caused those fires. And that goes into, fire code development and trying to do tailored fire prevention programs based on the cause of the fires. Back to your question though about how do we do investigations. So we have two fully trained and qualified fire investigators. They have to be qualified to be able to conduct fire investigations. And the way our protocols work is most of the time, 90% of the fires that we go to, it's within the regular training of our incident commanders and fire officers that they can do a preliminary investigation and determine the origin and cause of the fire. And then once in a while, if it's a more in-depth fire, a larger fire loss, or just something that's more complicated, then they activate our internal fire investigation team that we have within Unified Fire. And then they'll come conduct the investigation, and within their training and expertise, determine the origin and cause of the fire, and write the reports, and then work with the insurance companies that inevitably want a copy of the fire investigation report as part of their, how their adjusters work and how they pay out claims. But then pretty frequently, if we need additional assistance, I'm not trying to run off my head, if there's $1 million in loss, if there's a fatality, if there's an undetermined fire, or anytime there's additional assistance necessary, we can contact the Wyoming State Fire Marshal's Office. They have 4 trained and qualified fire investigators as well. It's going to give you a second set of eyes and some additional expertise to conduct fire investigations. And then beyond that, we can even kick it up one level above that and go to the federal government, to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, and they've got specialized fire investigators as well. So any time, depending on the severity of the incident, we can, protocol allows us to request assistance from a variety of different resources to help us determine the origin and cause of every fire.
Good explanation. Thank you. Let me ask a question. I don't know what we have, so excuse my ignorance. You obviously have someone that's certified for CPR to train others. Do we also do that at well in the courthouse? We also do in CPR and medical training there.
Mr. Chairman, that's probably a better question for Andrew to answer. I'm happy to bring her up and defer to her. What I can say is that within our own fire department, in order to train our firefighters to meet the national minimum requirements, they have to be first aid, CPR, and AED qualified. So we offer that for entry-level training for all brand new recruit firefighters, and then every year after that, we offer refresher training for our internal firefighters.
I'll sort of go back on that later. Any other question? I do have one question, please.
The fire training facility down here, I've seen quite a little activity around there. A year or two ago, it was deemed there was a lot of unsafe ground there. What's been done to shore that up? Or
Mr. Chairman, I was observing that question, but I'm glad you asked it. So yeah, there's absolutely some significant challenges with dealing with the fire training facility. The action that we took is we put together some quotes. Billy presented those quotes, and they were pretty significant costs. I'm going to stop my head. They were in millions of dollars to remediate the erosive soil that's causing the problems and the expansion that's going on down there, and the opening of the holes that are repairing. So in lieu of spending millions of dollars that Billy had presented to the commissioners, we still need to do something. What I did is I had Cass, our training officer, he rented a backhoe and spent about a week down there with a backhoe and just filled every one of those holes in. Just to try to mitigate the possibility of a firefighter falling into those holes or even driving into those holes, which is, there's some of them that are big enough to drive a truck into. So he spent a pretty significant amount of time last year doing the best we could to mitigate the immediate risk to those holes that are appearing. Since then, the holes have reappeared. Just exactly like Billy said would happen. The way I'm trying to handle it is like a Band-Aid approach. Just one hole at a time to go down there and fill it up every year and try to keep the firefighters away from it. We flag it, mark it, indicate it, and keep everybody away from it. The reality is we just don't use that portion of the training grounds anymore because we can't drive. I mean, he got the backhoe stuck out there and ended up having to get it pulled out. So we can't drive a fire truck down there. And we're just not using the facilities other than the classroom and the burn room. As far as the settling of the foundation on the classroom and burn room, we're just monitoring it right now and just keeping an eye on it. And it's certainly getting worse and continuing to erode away and sink down the foundation. Sooner or later, we're going to have to do something. Do the best I can to keep putting Band-Aids on it. And one of the things we did is we put some tape up there to watch. There's a crack in the wall that's occurring, and the crack is shifting, and the tape is, like, you can see where the tape's out of alignment with the two pieces when we put it up there. Firefighters kind of got a kick out of that, so they took a couple of Band-Aids and stitched it along the crack in the wall. So it's all experience. No immediate solution, and for you guys good if you want to take that solution for that. As I can.
Thank you. That's your package. Question from ML to review the ideal self-story rental and the historic fire truck. We're currently discussing with the town of Pinedale the possibility of them just taking over the fire truck and parking it within town. That way we get that headache off the books, if that makes sense. We won't know anything about it for a couple of weeks, but that's kind of the direction we want at this point in time. And don't mean to keep you on hold at all. It's going to take some time to shake through.
So we have an outstanding invoice. Would you like us to proceed forward with the invoice that's in front of us, or have you like us to handle it?
Great question. What's the date frame of that invoice covers?
In the last meeting, I don't remember off the top of my head. No, I think it was an annual contract.
I think
Sounds like off the top of my head.
extension date of.
I circle back to you. I'm happy to follow up and send an email.
We'll pull that invoice. Take a look at it. We've obviously made a commitment with the storage company. We'll pay it. We'll if that's what's supposed to happen. We make a commitment, live up to it regardless of where you use it the entire time, and then we'll try to find out the balance if we decide to leave that facility. Pretty good. Yeah, acceptable. Absolutely. And that's the one that it's supposed to have Warden. Sure. That's the last meeting we did.
That's fine, unless they offer a monthly deal, pay our back rent, we just go month, pay through April.
Would you ask him on that and double check that to see if, and then,
Mr. Chairman, I guess, let me circle back to that. When I had ML with me here last time and the issue was brought up, she attempted to do a 1 year payment or terms of payment in order to save money because there was a price increase coming for the cost of the storage unit. Right. But I do believe that we previously had been paying a monthly invoice voucher on that. Without her here with me, I don't want to put my foot in my mouth, but I think there's some flexibility with
sounds good.
provider.
Both you can live up to our obligation. Thank you. Great job.
And further, thank you. Happy days.
Any other items?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners,
Morning.
public, Jim Robinson, representing Marbleton today. First of all, I don't want any money. not asking for money. I always try to let you know that. But I just want to appreciate you guys letting me in on your meeting today. We appreciate you guys coming down, of course, and having your meetings here in Marbleton. But Todd's been on top of it, getting the expansion proposal for the fairgrounds. And just to let you know, I think I stated last time, there was no last auction and during the fair, there was no problem with water volumes or sewer or any of that. We do have the 2 mobile power generators, and then we have the septic system has its own power system, third party, and the power went out. We have done some work for electrical at the lift station. That's kind of the weak link we figured, and there was actually one of our generators was being spotted before we needed it during that outage, if you guys remember. So just to let you know, again, there's some work going on there. We spent some money to upgrade that where it's just a plug and play, for speed and ease or whatever. I know there's a pretty good expected or planned expansion at the fairgrounds for the parks and RV dumps and stuff like that. So I just wanted to let you know, we're talking budget season like you guys are too. There will be some increase for water and septic. As you can imagine, we're not in business to make money off of that. We're talking 5% or 8%, it's pretty minimal. But we are doing some upgrades and putting meters in some of our water systems, which we do a lot now, just we charge a monthly rate, so we may be looking into some of the additional meters, just want to let you guys know. And again, Todd is, he's at a doctor's appointment today, but our maintenance guys are looking on just to see if we need to maybe upgrade some stuff there at the lift station, and more, of course, more volumes on anything like that you use, you have to clean out a little bit more often. There's just, some residual costs there. I think we're talking minimal amounts of money per year. I don't want to throw out $1,000 a year or additional or $500, whatever. I think it's really minimal, both for the amount of water and for, our plan that we all have there and everything. So just want to be on the loop, make sure if any you guys have questions, always reach out to me down or Todd, of course. And I know, like I said, he's out at the fairgrounds a lot more with, and I don't know what's going on with the expansion, if that's this summer, how many additional RV spots or for the dump, if that's expansion. I know you guys are talking about that. I haven't seen the blueprints or the engineering data or whatever, but we just want to make sure, you guys knew we were all still ready. And if you guys have any questions, it's budget season time. So, good business partners, just always appreciate working with you guys and being honest and upfront with you guys. So if you had any questions for Marbleton or for us or anything, just, anytime, but today you got anything, I'll be glad and happy to answer.
Appreciate it. Questions? I do have one. And this isn't on this topic, but the Blue Spruce meeting you were at, is the town of Marbleton going to make a comment during the comment period?
We're going to discuss it and just see what we want to make as a group.
I think encouragement can out there to what I've talked to them. The bars keeps coming up for some of their headquarters. So whatever we do, we'll be here, I'm sure.
Yeah. I personally, of course, visit with Andrew Moses and just let them know that we were available and wanted them on our agenda to I had personally invite. But we are talking budget just to make sure we're staying in that. And yes, we have, like I say, we have a budget meeting tomorrow. We're going to discuss that more and make hopefully a public statement or just reach out to Blue Spruce one way or another. Yes.
And I think the BLN has comment period. Sam, is it close to 24? Their comment period. When this stuff.
I can't.
For some reason, I think it is, but
I have all the paperwork I've got for everyone to read over. Like I said, that's going to be kind of on our agenda tomorrow as far as the first budget. So appreciate that. Just make sure that's on the agenda.
Which whatever we can assist on that.
Excuse me?
Whoever we can assist, we can certainly take a look at.
We appreciate it. But I just did want to hit, something new. If you guys, I don't know, this expansion or whatever, just make sure. I know I said before, there's a lot of people worried about our water volumes and all that. And there's still some people out there that think that water tower belongs to the fairgrounds and the fairgrounds only and stuff. And I think we said last time, all of our water system in Marbleton that's included is run by our operator under our rules and regulations and enforcement for, sampling and such as that. So we have an operator full time that handles that since it's part of our system. And so you don't have to have your own operator. And so they're all tied together, so there's no question about that for water quality or whatever. Again, there's some people that, and then all of it, again, the septic goes, and our system's plenty big. In the future, we're gonna talk some different volumes and stuff because our water towers is getting old, but that's a number of years in the future, for those kind of costs. I think this year will be fairly minimal. Want to make it pay for us, so try to use it, be honest with you guys.
Mr. Stevens, you have a question?
I know.
Okay.
Nothing. Like I say, my phone's always on. Anything we can do here, we appreciate it.
Thanks
again.
Thanks.
Thanks for letting me. Have a good day.
Yep.
Always good. See, Jay, bro, and I'm running again, I'm sorry. If you guys first that me, I have to run the Maryland.
Good morning.
Morning.
Super. It's good.
Great to see you. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, anytime.
I think we're going to start with a department update, and then we'll go into the employee performance review and go from there.
All right, so, I'll start with just what we've been doing for the winter months, besides plowing snow and just our daily grind out there. Me and my crew's been working on, our portion of the project upgrade of the windmill barn, getting that building ready for summer and for fair this year. So we've been concentrating a lot on that, plus the events that we are hosting, takes time to go get those events set up. This coming weekend, we have a 2-day archer shoot in the event center that's coming in. The week after that, we have a 2-day barrel race in the ag center that's coming into town. So our summer events are starting to pick up. So our time on some of these construction projects, as far as my side of it, will probably slow down quite a bit just because the events just take so much of our time. But the building's coming along pretty awesome. Like, we've done some pretty good improvements and it's looking pretty good. So I'm pretty excited for it this summer and then hoping to move on with the project that Rio Verde's been helping with the bathroom project and the stage project. Keep moving forward with some of those things just so that we can stay on track with facilitating stuff at the fairgrounds and keeping the public happy. Do you guys have any questions?
I was out and looked at your building yesterday and looked through. It's gonna be a nice picture.
It is. It looks pretty cool. Like, I was pretty impressed when we tore that T grid out, what was there. Like, it's a nice building. And it's the great thing about it, it's already built. So, yeah, and it's been kind of fun. We've put our own twist into it. We've gotten some rough cut lumber because that's the cheapest lumber you can buy. And we epoxied it and it's come from the Fontenelle fire. So a lot of the things that we're putting into the building has some part of Sublette County tied to it. So it's kind of, it tells a story. So it's kind of cool. You gotta have to stop by and look at it sometime. But we're hoping to have about 75% of it ready for fair. There'll be some tables and stuff that we'll build this next winter to add to it, but I'm out of time. Like, the rest of the fairgrounds with the weather breaking and stuff is just gonna consume us with that stuff. And with only having a 3-man crew, we're doing everything ourselves. We're just gonna kind of have to put it on the back burner, but it will be usable by fair. So.
Sure.
Jay, are we still going to, put in the whole sewer system and then do it like the mayor was just talking? Is that still on the plans for this?
That's not in this phase. Like phase one is looking at the logistics of moving the RV dump from the existing location down to front. Per request from the fair board, when we went over this master plan, so to be more user friendly as the patrons are leaving. But when we put that down there, the future expansion is to put in sewer at every location down that north fence. And make sure that we put this dump station in a place that's gonna accommodate that and not just randomly put it somewhere. And then when we try to tie those in, it doesn't functionally work. So that's the first phase. And as far as like this year, as far as levels increasing, as far as sewer and water, I don't see any of that happening. Because everybody parks in the half hookups, and then when the event's over, like the last day of fair, when everybody's moving out, for 3 hours, everybody's dumping their trailers in our existing RV dump. So they're already having to handle the sewage that we're sending that way all at once, which is then gonna overload the lift station more than if we have it trickling down over, a 5-day period. The lift station's gonna be able to handle that better than what it's doing now. Because literally right now, if it was sized small enough, we'd ultimately be overloading it by doing that with all that sewer. 'Cause those campers are lined up for, it's probably a solid 2 hours out there the last day of just all the patrons dumping their trailers that are staying in those half hookups. But that's been one of the goals of the fair board, is to get sewer at every RV spot. So at their request, I've added that to be phased into these jobs at phases. But for right now, that is not in this phase. We've looked at grade and the logistics of moving the RV dump, and it will tie in down where we've proposed it down by the highway there. So as people leave the fairgrounds with their trailers, they can stop in. And then plus it'll be easier when I'm doing events for patrons in town that come out and use our dump station, because it'll be down there. They're not trying to weave their way to the back of the fairgrounds like when the cutting's going on, right? A World Series, and they're trying to navigate their trailers to what I got going on. So it'll be more accessible to the public. And the way I understand it with the drawings, we're still trying to find the design of that dump station that we want that's going to be the most accommodating, whether like how we want to charge for water, how we want to charge for the sewer dump, if that's the road you want to go down. There's one in Pinedale that we've kind of mirrored. There's a lot of things that I think we can do better that we've learned from their setup. But we haven't got a final design yet on that yet. So we're not quite to that point yet.
Well, on the last year's budget, I think we allocated just under $2 million for projects, 1.8.
Yeah, 1.4.
Where are you going to come in at this year for the fiscal year? How much of that are you going to spend, and what projects are going to be done?
Well, so we're getting the bid proposals and our plans finally done from Jorgensen and from these guys, and we're getting ready to finally put some bid packages together. The part that scared me is, of course, the tariffs. Everything's going to go up. So once we get these numbers coming back, then we're just going to have to see where we're at, and then make some wise decisions from that point on. Of like if the whole project is still covered and we can move forward with the whole thing, or if we go way over budget, we're going to have to phase the job. I'm just going to probably just keep moving forward unless you guys direct me otherwise, of getting all this engineering done and get these bids in so that we know where we're at, and even projected costs so that we know where we're at. And then once we're to that point, then we can decide if it's we can complete it, or we have to do some phasing to get it done.
Want me, Jason, this would be for the bathrooms, stage move, that you're putting in bid packages together.
Yeah, the bathrooms, the stage, the drainage part of it that is tied together with the bathrooms and the stage to make. So we're built on a hill up there, and so everything, we're trying to get it so that it's handicap accessible. Through ramps and in between walls and stuff like that. And then the engineering and the proposed moving of the sewer dump down by the highway.
So that's your goal. This bid package is already easy to
Yeah,
those.
yeah. So, and I mean, summer's approaching quick. We're still working hard on it, trying to get our drawings the way we want them. And to get it finalized so we can get a bid. And then decide when we're gonna tear into it.
Would you be kind enough to email the bid package to us, please?
Yeah,
Thank you. And you're putting the proposal together.
real pretty. Yeah, so when it comes time for that, we'll bring all that to you guys. See where we're sitting.
Any questions? Okay, we'll accept a motion to move on. Regular meeting into executive session for a closed meeting for June dollars.
Okay,
That's the motion second, favor, aye.
okay. Discuss.
stops the recording. Kind of opposite, but saying about stops and starts the recording on the other one. And we have a new phone clerk right here. Spending right.
We will see.
Oh, you got that on the recording, that's good.
Okay. Back ready for session. Is lunch here, as far as 7:45 lunch is going to be delivered by the Marbleton Center.
Yeah, we have Chad, it's better to keep that off and just have a chicken sandwich today. I think.
If we don't come back, say, yeah. I'll go.
We'll make lunch. Break for lunch. Jim Randall and Ross Randall, Wyoming Game and Fish.
With Jill. But
Oh, Jill, I apologize.
thank you, Mr. Commissioner and other commissioners. I have something for you, and I'm happy to provide this electronically if you want it. But we do have a lot of resources available online for what I want to share with you today. So for a lot of you, this is going to be continuing the process that you were already involved in with the Sublette, Pronghorn migration corridor. We did the threat evaluation that we went to the public with, and our commission approved that and asked the department to move forward with the designation process for this corridor. That was in March of 24. So we're a year past that. The department has taken that next step, which is drafting the biological risk and opportunity assessment. And we have made that available to the public as of the beginning of this month. So kind of catching up and getting everybody to the same place with that. We have the migration corridor that goes all the way from Jackson down to I-80. It's a very long and extensive space that we were able to delineate using GPS color data. And the next step in this process, like I said, was drafting this assessment. The department divided the corridor into 10 segments. So if you do go online to download that assessment, you'll see a lot of the information is provided by segment. It's just kind of a way for us to organize information a little better and analyze some of the data. And where we're at right now, we're going to the public, going to obviously 5 county commissions that are involved in this corridor, that overlap the corridor, and reaching out to a lot of stakeholders, trying to get public comment and feedback. And our comment period will go until May 2nd. So we have quite a bit of time for people to look and review. We will have 3 public meetings during that time. There's one in Pinedale on April 15th at 6 o'clock at the library. And then one also in Jackson and one in River. We'll look at that comment that we received, feedback, and make any potential changes to that risk assessment based on that feedback. And we will be taking it to our commission in July. And their decision in July will be whether we keep the corridor as identified. That's where it currently is right now. It's called an identified corridor. Or the commission can choose to decide to make a recommendation to the governor to designate this corridor. The primary distinction between that, if it's an identified corridor, everything that happens within it is voluntary and really focused on conservation efforts, trying to bring additional funding and resources to do good work for private landowners and things like that. If it gets designated, then the regulatory authority of the executive order would take place then within the bounds of the corridor. So projects that get proposed within there would go through a review process with the department, and that process is spelled out in a lot of detail in that governor's executive order. For us here, we're pretty familiar with it because the Sublette Mule Corridor has been designated since the executive order went in place, and so we're pretty familiar with how that works on the ground, which makes it a little easier than some of the areas that haven't had a designated corridor in their vicinity for a while now. So I guess within this risk assessment, I just provided a few of the snippets for you. It is like about 130 some page document in its entirety, but some of those are appendices at the back that you don't necessarily need to refer to unless you're interested. But it is available on our website. That's also where there's a public comment portal that people can put comments in. We're also happy to receive just written comments to our Pinedale office. So there's a lot of different ways that people can provide feedback. We also have all of the shape files and kind of mapping information. People are really interested in like zooming in on places that are important to them or places that they know personally. And so those are all provided on our website as well as like a mapping application similar to the map server that the county has. We have something like that has a lot of the wildlife data in there. So people can zoom in and out in the corridor, the bottlenecks, different areas that they're interested in with that mapping application, which is, we're trying to be as transparent as we can and let people see that information for those places they care about. Speaking about bottlenecks, that is one of the biggest new components from last time the public looked at this. The corridor hasn't changed any. The polygons, the footprint of it, there was no changes to that since the previous step in the process. But we did put bottlenecks in. That is like the important kind of mapping component of this next step, this risk assessment process. So that'll be something that you might be interested in reviewing because it is new compared to what you saw last time. And the other new thing that is in there that helps us a lot as managers, we also buy those 10 segments. So within each segment, we identified the peak season of use based on our caller data. And that gives us a lot of information for what are like the timeframes that it's best to avoid certain activities. So for example, if you want to have a mountain bike race through the middle of this bottleneck, hey, if you're doing it in July, that's great, because we know the peak season of use is just this 1 month in the spring and 1 month in the fall, or something to that effect. So it really helps us make decisions on a whole variety of land use decisions. If there's a certain window of time that we try to limit disturbance and activity. So that's all data-based also, looking at the caller data. And we use analysis to get at that. I do have Ross Crandall with our habitat protection office here as well, but we would be happy to stand for any questions that you guys have about the process, about anything that you could look at online. Like I said, I realize it's a lot of information, and I expect that you guys might have further questions down the line after you have a chance to do that. And we're happy to sit down and meet with any of you that have any questions. Brandon Skurlock, our wildlife management coordinator, would be happy to be here if he wasn't in another meeting in Casper right now. But like we've done in the past, we're happy to sit down with you guys and answer your questions. Or if you have any today, that's great also.
Jill, and the Mule corridor, they call out bottlenecks and that, and when they label that.
Yep, that.
They don't have any kind of different regulations as far as what bottlenecks when it pertains to private property to that executive order, right?
You are correct. The executive order still has no application to private land as far as regulatory, whether it's a bottleneck or not. There's no difference. It's all still the same for private land.
Got a few questions. Your bottleneck is one I'm familiar with. You're finding what constitutes a bottleneck? Is it mileage wise, distance from one edge of the other, or just the area they like to travel? I mean, this one north of the fairgrounds, there's a lot of miles there they can use, but they all use that one narrow spot. Does the animal create the bottleneck, or does the geography of the landscape?
Yeah, great question. The bottlenecks are not delineated with an actual data analysis method, which everything else in the corridor leans on that. We really look at caller data points, and we use our experience. Like you said, you kind of know that path that they choose to travel right there. And we delineated those polygons that you see there based on a combination of the data points and our experience on the ground. So it's a little bit of a hybrid. If you, based on your experience, have any different recommendations for what those polygons should look like, this would be an appropriate time during this comment period to make any of those recommendations.
Okay, next question. The mule deer overlays up here. This is a lot more acreage than what is encumbered in mule deer, or is it a lot of the similar acreage?
Great question. There is a map of that in the risk assessment. I'm happy to email it to you if you'd like for reference. But the way the mule deer one goes, there's that long stretch that goes along the Wind River front. And then it kind of gets a little bigger around the mesa and anticline and kind of expands up. So there is quite a bit of overlap, but this corridor extends all the way down into Lincoln County towards Kemmer. Definitely like between Rock Springs and Kemmer, that area, there's nothing in there that's included in the Mule Deer corridor. So there's some new areas that connect to those winter ranges for the antelopes that travel further south. So there is some overlap, but there's also a lot of areas that are unique and different.
So that area around Round Mountain, they're it day in and day out through the summer. Is that a bottleneck or is that just summer habitat?
That's just summer habitat. Yep. And the bottlenecks are really just during the migration period. So winter, winter range, for example, the underpasses here built as part of Dry Piney. Typically, we put a bottleneck around all the underpasses and overpasses, for example, Trappers Point and that project. But because that area is winter range and they're getting used during the winter season, opposed to during migration, we did not choose to put bottlenecks around all of those structures for this particular project. We're really just trying to focus on that migration window opposed to year round.
So how does this migration timing compare with the mule deer bars industry? Will they be affected more months of the year? Same time frame?
Ross, do you have a take on that? As far as how the timing is for this one versus the several years?
I mean, there's a lot of overlap between the two. I don't remember the
It
exact.
won't restrict the industry down so much more.
No. And also, I don't know what specifically you're talking about as far as restricting industry. Have a specific example or something.
No, I don't, but I'm sure there's things in the oil field that you guys have to jump through and mule deer migration will work.
So migration corridor and undergrounds is two different things. So we're heavily regulated and work closely with the game and fish during winter, winter ground type area, because that's where they winter, right? So that's not really technically designated a corridor where they're going to migrate through and our part of the field. My city now, right?
Yeah.
So, as far as the migration corridor goes, there's not much that gets regulated out there, just more the wintering ground, big game wintering ground.
I think I'd add 2 points to that also. One, the valid existing rights. So that's in play. Everything prior to 2020 is considered a valid existing right. And then second, when we start thinking about how does this interact with industry, it is totally dependent on the use area. So we have those high use areas, medium, low, et cetera. Thus far, the migration corridor executive order hasn't said, no, you can't do that there, right? It's been like, maybe move it over here, over this less important area, say within, the focal area that they're looking to drill. And then it might say, please don't drill, don't get things set up during these certain time periods. And then after that, after it's operational, it's typically handled differently. So, this isn't, I don't see this at least as having major impact. Gas. And to date, we've had about 100 reviews, like migration corridor executive order reviews, and the migration corridor executive order in only one situation said, no, this can't happen, because there was going to be, impacts to migratory animals and long-term impacts. For the most part, we've been able to work with operating and move things around between things so that there still could be development, but then there's protection for those migrating animals.
So Jill, the Twin Creek law, I'm sort of familiar with Twin Creek. 50 years of running. So explain to me, I'm looking at this. I'm trying to envision where it starts and then apparently it dumps out on the private. The long portion. That Kraft, that would go to keep flowing south. Pardon me, with go across some field and then back in private and then private and then field and away from the same. So from a physical standpoint, the north part kind of where does that start? I'm trying to envision that and I'm having trouble. Is it up to the above Water Dog Lake somewhere's in there?
I think it's right below Water Dog. the whole point of that one is to ensure that those pronghorn can continue to get to that water dog lake summer habitat up there. So we want to make sure they don't get severed off and that little leg of summer range isn't inaccessible.
So basically, what we're talking about, it looks to me like is, you're coming, start the work on the, you're coming right down the draw where Twin Creek, Blue Twin Creek, and et cetera, all comes together and have to be there. And then there's a differentiation, so some would go, probably toward the Badger Creek country. Or is it, do they not go into the Badger Creek and just continue to go down? They kind of.
I'm not certain in entirety. I would be happy to sit down with the map with you and look a little more certain on those different points. We can look on an air photo or on a topo map that has a little more detail than we can see here. But I think the intent is that southern end of that bottleneck there, that's really where the animals disperse and take a lot of different paths. They take a variety of different directions from there.
To be in a private.
Yep.
Yeah. So then, so when they call it private, but when they call it private, that takes care of all the bottleneck until they get onto this winter range, basically.
It ends up being more dispersed use. So there's a ton of use out there on private, but it's not narrowly restricted to a very small passage, which is what our data is telling us happens through the Twin Creek bottleneck. They're just really neck down to a very tight area because of all the forests that haven't practically don't want to go there. But then once they get out to private, they can take a lot of different paths depending on probably where mom took them and different disturbances.
Yeah, I know over time, sometimes in the fall, used to be at least, like, the flying part of the country, that animal would be everywhere. They would go out from that direction, coming down. And then for whatever reason, that scenario could change. You'd see them all move down, mostly Twin Creek rather than overload them down to the flying country. So what the part is that can be sustained? Are they changing movement of growth?
I don't know specifically. I mean, that's me getting in the brain of an antelope, but I would say a lot of what moves antelope around in those areas is quality of foraging habitat. They're looking for grass, they're looking for those forbs, the wildflowers, especially in the fall season when you're talking. They're looking for places that has good growth rates so they can get as fat as possible before they go on winter range. So they could be choosing different paths based on forage availability. That's part of what makes these antelope really dynamic, even in their winter ranges and their summer ranges. They move around a lot based on resource conditions. They're really just trying to hydrate and get the best out there, as opposed to mule deer that have a lot more fidelity and a lot more consistent use of one pathway. Antelope are more similar to elk, whereas they'll kind of choose and say, hey, this is looking really good this year, so we're going to go that way, or we're going to hang out here a little bit longer than we normally do because we've got really good feed here. I think they're just a little more dynamic with the annual changes in the foraging habitat.
So, touch on commission. This question. So the bottleneck I'm looking at here, the 3/8 of the bottom line, perhaps 1/4 to 3/8, no more than half, couldn't be, I don't think, way looks on that. So, and this would be the envelope that will come from radios where they get started, each one.
This Twin Creeks one, I would say no. This one is really just that leg that's kind of going and stopping at One Frog Lake and coming back and forth through there. The ones that go through the Red Hills and Bacon Creek and that area into Jackson, those tend to be a different group of antelope that go right through Kendall Valley and keep headed north, kind of right along the side of the Green River once it hits up forest up there. Tends to be, just different kind of subgroups of antelope because of the selection of their summer range is different.
So they would be in the tow side part of the world.
Mhm.
That correct?
Mhm.
What I hear you saying. But that's good. Thank you.
Jill, do you have an update on the health and, kind of the numbers from that feeding they took a couple of years back?
I don't know numbers. I do know this winter has been very good for fawn survival. We had good fawn production last year and good fawn survival for both mule deer and pronghorn. Don't know the numbers off the top of my head. I can certainly get those to you. Happy to do that. We're seeing everything we're wanting for recovery. Everything is kind of moving at the pace and in the direction that we had hoped. But I don't know the specific numbers of their flights and their data we collected this week.
Love to see that. I'm
Happy to get that to you. What's that?
Could you send us to me?
Yes, I'm happy to send you guys the link that has all of this information here. Absolutely.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I'm sorry, with the estimation of a couple of years ago, do you predict these migration routes will change or have changed as herds build back up?
I would expect them to stay very similar. Our data set goes from 2002 through 2022. So we've already got 20 years of variation that we've accommodated within this corridor and with this data set we used, which is a great advantage, having such a long data set, being able to look at all that variation and variety. This has been an unprecedented event. So we're kind of in a little bit of uncharted territory, but there was still, a cohort that traveled all the way up through to Jackson that survived. They are continuing to do the same movement. And I don't think we're going to see a whole lot of change, but that is, trying to look into the crystal ball a little bit on that.
I'm gonna follow up with Commissioner White for just a moment on numbers. So during, I've forgotten which time of the day it was, or time of the month. There was a game and fish meeting here, getting ready to set seasons. I met here and I had an opportunity to visit with them. And my concern at that point in time was, what's it gonna take to get the animal back after the destruction of the gators? My thought process told me that we needed to help best we could, and that made the game and fish. So I requested they put a moratorium on hunting, and very devastating. Didn't get to square one, and I still think it's not too late to do something if we really want. And I'm at my stage in life, I'd like to see more antelope for those who are going to follow us. But it seems like sometimes you can talk all you want and it just falls on deaf ears for whatever reason. And I know they went ahead and allocated, it wasn't a large amount of licenses. And it was, as I recall, it was for antelope, buck antelope, was that correct? Can I get that right? It was in the 40s, wasn't a big number.
Yeah.
But my thought process told me no numbers of antelope licenses would be the best number to have at that point. Because it would appear to me that would be the best way to go. If you want to build your herd, you don't take part of the way. And since then, as I've been traveling, and 40 Rod is a prime example of where you're looking at when they're coming up and when they're going back. And I've traveled that a lot. And so what I've seen in the last couple of years is, number one, not a lot of antelope. Number two, yes, most of what I've seen are bucks. So that tells me the production in the antelope in this part of the world is not very darn good. And so what's your take on that? I mean, I just don't see the numbers where I travel normally, obviously because of the 2022 winter. So how do you get back to that number if you continue to hunt? How do you do that?
Well, I certainly don't have the years of experience you do, but living up Horse Creek where I'm at, I can vouch we have seen substantially less antelope since that, since that event. And I also have a 12-year-old who got to start hunting big game for the first time this last year. And all the way for him growing up, I thought, well, his first animal is going to be an antelope, right? I mean, that's kind of what I always had in my mind. And so, yeah, it was definitely a shocker to us for, having to shift gears and, well, okay, we're probably not going to put in for an antelope for your first animal. So we're going to redirect on that a little bit. That was unfortunate because it was, kind of the idea. But to me, as a biologist and resource manager, I was happy to change and have him go for deer now instead because of what had happened. I, like you, did not want to, see extra pressure on there, but I do know our managers, Brandon and, Dean and Gary, that I know you all know quite well. They have looked at the data. They are, as I mentioned, currently at a meeting right now looking at seasons for this year. So nothing's been decided for sure for this year. And we do have an opportunity to influence that again. I think one of the other things you mentioned that resonates with me is wanting to do everything we can to protect them. And I'm with you on that. And I think designating this corridor is definitely an important step in that direction because it does help give us a little more, protection in place for those animals that did survive that we're trying to help build and grow and all of that. This helps us. It's not the entire piece of that puzzle by any means, but it's one extra step, I think, in helping get where I believe our whole community wants us to get back with antelope.
I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
Oh, it's okay. It's a tough situation. It is, yeah.
The only thing I got to say is, I'm like Doug, I don't think I would want any hunting for bucks. You only have to go over the mountain, a little ways and, they're wanting people over there. That one area is 800 tags last year or something, so I don't think it's necessary to harvest any here, when they're accessible in the state. And we're in the eastern part, they want to eliminate some. So and that's kind of how I feel on the hunting situation.
Any questions? Questions from the public? Thank you so very much for your time and presentation.
Absolutely. I will send a link to our website, which is all of this, and I'll just send data on. Yeah, sorry, I didn't come in today. I should have had that.
Julie Kraft, you have please.
Oh, good afternoon. I'm here today just to, each year I try to come for the commission and just answer any questions you guys have about our program. Hopefully you had a chance to look at our annual report, put that together, more of a consensus of how our year went, how everything kind of ended up for us, and happy to share that with you guys each year to show the input we put back into our community, what we pay for on county roads, our highway department, and other programs that we have as part of the new Fesco. So I guess let's start to see if you had a chance to look at it, if you have any questions, and go from there.
We on the cheatgrass stuff and initiatives, and then with the major wildfires we had on the other side of the state and the last legislative session, can you give me a synopsis of where weed and pest is looking like this year as far as state funding goes and what all that looks like?
Yeah, so it's been a little rocky, because we also did see. So I guess leading up to that, let me give you a bit of history about our cheatgrass project. So we've been working on that project for years. We have treated all land ownerships that we have significant cheatgrass on both private, state, and forest. We've treated all of those with the newest tool, that we have to offer called Rejuva. It's pretty expensive. It costs us over about $55 an acre to put that on the ground. We're seeing great long-lasting results with that tool. I've been working for the last probably 5 years with partners and with government officials to get that tool approved on BLM. And last year, the BLM did get that approved. However, the approval came in October. And so we were unable to, by the time it came to winter, to really put that on the ground. In doing that, I've also been building up funding in our agreements with the BLM through fire, through bill, through IRA, to have enough money to treat the 43,000 acres of BLM that is infested with cheatgrass, or had been. That's about, the need is about $3.2 million. And at one point this winter, I had every penny that I needed. That money at one point this winter was all taken away from us. It had been signed by myself and our BLM partners and was put into ASAP, which is the bank account which I poured out. I was able to reacquire about $1.5 million of that. So every $55 I get, that's another acre that will be treated this summer. Most of our funding, so in order to do that, we have federal funding, which a lot of BLM will come from, but hopefully BLM. I have state funding. I have Fish and Wildlife Service funding. I'm about 20 plots of funding, as you can see in there. There's a lot of that left on the table because we didn't get to treat. That's all in agreement. Some of that, about every couple of days, I'm able to pull a new number, so it's always changing, but I've been able to pull about $1.3 million back from the BLM. And I will shift other funding from the Natural Resource Trust Fund, from Friends of Fish and Wildlife, from the Pape Field Office. Every little penny that I can get, we will put on the ground this summer to try to maximize that. That being said, I'm hopeful that some of that will shake out, and some of those funds that were designated to come to us to go on the ground for cheatgrass, when they get through the sifting, and we'll come back in our agreement. Until then, holding off on getting the $2.2 million bill over that side right now. And we'll have to pay that over the next board meeting, and at that point, I'll make a decision on how many we're going to treat at that point. So it's been very frustrating. I've been working really hard for a lot of years to be able to get to this point where we treated the major infestations within the county. And last fall, we were at that point. I even did a bit of budget amendment so that we could buy the herbicide and have it ready to start spraying in June. And then it all kind of changed. So working hard on that, trying to get as much of it back as we can, looking to other sources of funding, but trying also to hold our government up for what they said they were going to do, which is a signed contract with us that they were going to pay for their application. So we'll see what that ends up being. At one point, I'm hoping to spray at least 40,000 acres this summer. That's the funding that I have right now secured and in our bank account that can't be taken back again. So we'll see. Every 50, as I said, every $55 means another acre treated. And that is throughout the county. A lot of it's in the Boulder area, and a lot of it's on the Wyoming range front as well. So it's probably about, I don't want to say it's 50-50, but there's a lot of acres on the pine front that are up to treatment as well. So as for cheatgrass, it's always changing. We get new tools, we get new limitations, we get new government approvals, and then trying to secure all them. Almost all of the entirety of our cheatgrass program is funded with grants and agreements that we write in-house. The only part of that we pay for with our military fund is my time, my other manager's time, and the county roads in between tree for cheatgrass. All the rest of it is done with outside sources. Hopefully that answered. I know it's a long-winded, but it's a big project, and so there's a lot of moving parts to it right now.
Sure.
Yeah.
Definitely trying time. So I'll give up the fight.
Yeah. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Absolutely.
How big's the window? I mean, the cheatgrass we can spray from June till freezes, or what should?
Pretty much, yeah. Ideally, we would spray it. We have some wildlife guidance that allows us to treat sage-grouse core areas. We can start in June. Within sage-grouse core areas, we'll start July 15th, and we typically spray up until the weather becomes challenging enough that it's not reasonable for the pilots to be here anymore. I'd like that to be done by August, when we start getting our fall, kind of mid-August, when we start getting our fall moisture, because that changes the efficacy and the timing of the treatments then. But it's a pretty big window. If, I always plan for something, and then if we get more money in the summer, then I'll add on to it, so. We contract that all out.
So let everybody else go first.
But I just like to add, Julie, thank you guys for, looking out, providing opportunities for the youth and our community. It's huge for a lot of people. My kid was lucky enough to be one of them that took advantage of, spending a summer with you guys, so thank you for that program. It's a very, very awesome program.
Appreciate that. We take a lot of pride in, you know, kind of training those youth to be good workers, and they put a lot of time for us, and hopefully they look differently at natural resources after they work with us. I hear sometimes negative comments, like, I can't go anywhere without seeing weeds, so that makes me think. Yeah, that's not
Yes, I'm new at this, so much knowledge can be a lot. But I'd like to request, if possible, I'd like to see if the past 2 years budget comparison, operating,
Okay. Oh, that's provided. Yeah, we can provide that to you.
no. I'm sure it was, I just didn't know where to.
You should have a copy of our budget that would be in there. I'll be providing you one. That's our contracts. That's everything we brought in outside of our mill levy. On top of the mill levy, that's what that is. It's not, our full budget's not in the report, but I can provide that to you. Please, thank you.
So Julie, I have one question. Julie, bear with me.
Okay.
That guy that's jumping behind you, does he also work for you? Yeah.
Yeah. So this is Danny Curry.
Yeah, I know. So I am curious, you got, if you sprayed 100 acres like this spring, and about sprayed 100 acres, next year when you come back, what kind of kill rate on that would you have gotten, do you think?
Specifically cheatgrass?
Yeah, I'm sorry, yeah, for cheatgrass.
Our monitoring shows in most cases between 98 and 100%. If the herbicide makes it to the ground, it's almost always 100%. It's a little challenging in some places where there's large sagebrush or big rocks. Then we get some shadow, mostly as the helicopter flies over, maybe there would be a plant right here or within thick brush, but it's looking really well. We have almost 40 monitoring transects that we go to. We're on rotation activating those, and our control is lasting anywhere from 4 to 6 years. And we're starting to go back and retreat some of those areas. Seed viability on cheatgrass is between 3 and 8. So if we can keep it controlled for over 8 years, we should not have viable seed left in the system based on the science. And that's what we've been monitoring for at sea. So it's working really well. It works better out of the helicopter and out of the drone than it does on the ground, just because the droplet size is so smaller. And as the science goes, when the herbicide comes down and then the water kind of pushes it into the soil, basically creates a barrier in which the seed germinates the herbicide and kills it. The smaller the droplet size, the better it does. So sometimes we have to do hand work a little bit less, but still also very good. So it's working great. And we, every year, if anyone would like to see that, we put on field tours. We can go out. I think Doug's been on one of those before when he was on the board. We go out and look and see the efficacy of how those treatments are working. You can see one from town. You go get Half Moon Mountain. I used to be red machine. It is no longer. So it's a very good visual from the slopes there.
So, Mr. Chairman, so the advent of the drone has been a huge tool for you folks.
Yeah, as we're starting to use it, we can use it for a lot of species, but we are using it for cheatgrass because it's very consistent, and the way it sprays, we're finding it to be a good tool for cheatgrass as well. Just a mini helicopter, basically. That's good. Really, it's very consistent in the way it sprays and its patterns, and the thing that it just stands out.
So what are you able to cover the region?
drone house, so to speak.
I brought Andy. Andy's, the leader of our drone program, so he can probably better answer that. I'll let him.
So basically, this is our third season with the drone, or it will be. And we found that, just to throw a number out there, the easiest way I can say is that we can treat about 10 acres, and if weather conditions are good, about 3 hours. Between 3 and 4 hours, 10 acres. And what that 10 acres gives us, like Julie mentioned, is a good consistent coverage. We're not missing areas. Like a mini helicopter, so we're finding that's about the time for him to, it's about a half day we can do around 10 acres, maybe a little more, but others do.
It's about 10 minutes per 1 acre.
Yeah, the drone capacity carries 8 gallons, and so that's about 64 pounds roughly. So it's a pretty big drone. If you guys don't want to come look at it or have it to show you, it's pretty amazing. It's a really good tool that we implemented into our, toolbox, so to say. And we're finding that there's different projects, different applications out there that's been very beneficial. It adds precision, efficiency, and really it in the annual review that you guys got talks about safety a little bit in there. It helps, keeps us out of the spray, keeps applicators from actually, being around and close to the spray. So it's kind of nice. It's been really beneficial. So. Thank you.
My question, please.
Yeah, so you may not have the answer, this is just curiosity, okay? So up at Buffalo right now, they're aerial seed, sagebrush seed. Okay. Where in the world do they harvest? How do they harvest that sagebrush seed enough to do that? Do you have any idea?
So, natural plant collections are made throughout the West. They're made by small companies that are owned by, that are like fulfilled seed stock companies. People go out and literally have a box or some kind of sheet they put under sagebrush and they harvest it with a stick and collect it. There are places where it's grown and harvested. There's farms where seeds harvested. Depends on the species and where it's taken from, but most, I wasn't aware that they're actually seeding yet, but when they do decide to, under different fires, they're purchasing seed from Western seed producers or growers. Most likely Manderson has a seed company. There's a couple in the Front Range of Colorado and a couple down in Salt Lake. Those companies bid out small jobs to folks. People collect that seed, they bring it in and sell it out. So it's an in the field type of operation. So literally going out and beating on brush to get the seed.
So where that buffalo seed, you heard it, they do that too, but the sagebrush thing just kind of blows my mind. How are you gonna get it up to?
Probably a little different process. It's a much smaller seed. They go out during fall harvest time and collect it. Each seed's collected differently.
I've seen them up on the mesa and from Paradise. You'll see groups of people out there harvesting various seeds once in a while.
If they do it on public land, they have to have a permit, but they can do it on private, with the permission of a private landowner, and some seeds collected that way as well.
Wind River Seed Company's a company in Manderson.
And a lot of people here order seed just geographically from a company called Brandon Seed that's out of Salt Lake. And
Thank you.
yeah, you're welcome. Just so I can make sure I answer your question. You would like to property laws?
Please, balance sheet, common terminology, or ledger, or operating statement.
You have questions?
Well, thank you so much. Any questions from our listeners?
Oh, we appreciate that. Thank you for your support. All your any questions.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Mr. Melinkovich.
Yes, sir. the contracts, I have a couple things to talk through. The only contract I have for signature today is the Rugged Point contract. This is the meal contract that was discussed last time. So this is it's a Monday through Friday. It goes through the end of the fiscal year.
So if they decide to do it on weekends or holidays, is we just make a new contract or what?
So I believe that the sheriff's office is in the process of selecting a new vendor. I don't know exactly what their plan on that is. I know they're still in communication with Rendezvous Point about potentially moving forward with that, but it does seem as though Rendezvous Point can only do the Monday through Friday. So if they choose another vendor that can do all 7 days a week, they might do that. I don't know at this point.
So does this one have price, what the meals are and how many per day?
It is what you all discussed it. I think it's 12 meals a day, if I'm not mistaken, and I don't remember the prices off the top of my head. It's 14 for breakfast, or it might have been 14.
They moved
Then it was 14. Okay.
Discuss it, but let's see this.
But yeah, this one goes.
It's 14 per meal, 12 meals per day. Lunch is 14 at 12 meals per day. Dinner is 14, 12 meals per day. Premium 50 cents per meal. Preparing compliance with special dietary restrictions.
So this contract isn't binding in the event that if they find somebody that will do 7 days a week, we can back out. Okay.
This only goes to the end of this fiscal year. So this is essentially covers the next quarter. Yeah. Outside of that, they may select a new vendor, they may not. I don't know. You're excited. Yes. You guys want to make a motion for it first?
That's too late. Make a motion to approve Mr. Melinkovich's contract services for Rendezvous Point on a 5-day complete basis.
General made that motion. We approved the contract with Rendezvous Point to provide anything else Monday through Friday through the end of this fiscal year.
Second.
Have a second for 5-day meal plan for Rendezvous Point. All in favor? Aye.
All right. Okay.
I'm against it. You didn't.
I am.
I am.
Okay. We have 1 day.
That's the only contract that I have to present for you all today. If somebody's got some questions for me. I'm anticipating a couple contracts and agreements with the town of Pinedale coming down the pike. Those will be at the next meeting.
And Sheriff Lear is working on weekend.
They are working on figuring out how to do an RFP and in talking to other potential interested people in that community.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
So we're CA aware on the fire truck and all this, get a contract. So that should be the way.
Is Mayor Murdoch's working with you in regards to the transfers to the Pinedale 1950
Historical parade drive.
historical.
No, I can reach out to Ed though. I'm sure we can get ironed out. They want to hand it off.
Correct. My understanding is.
We want to hand it off.
Oh, okay.
We want to give it to them.
Yeah, we think it's in the county right now.
Oh,
And if it is, I'd like to have it back, so to speak, because they haven't placed it more. That's whatever that kind of option needs to be done. Needs to be done.
sounds good. Well, I'm happy that we sold more than one fire truck around these parts. We can do that. We should put this one up for bid. I bet we could get some.
Not much money to take hands on this.
I'll be in this
What
one.
I'm saying, it's just good.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. Anything else for me?
Thanks for your time and effort. Sure appreciate it.
Hope there's a lot of effort today.
Let's send you a building one.
Okay, sounds good.
Mr. Fornstrom.
That's right.
Thank you, Scott, again. At our last commissioners meeting, we didn't have a full board. 2 months. But I obviously raised issues with our history with Whiskey Rock and how things have been somewhat different in the creation of a document that will have significant meaning for us at the county. And some of the things that have transpired, going back to this approximately October of last year, the commissioners, and I was not seated at that time, asked specifically for certain steps to occur with the red line version that came before them for review. And at that time, it was suggested that that contract go back, draft go back in front of the planning and zoning board and be thoroughly vetted and read through by the planning and zoning commission, and by opening it up again to the individual within the community for their input. And at that point in time, it was stated by Commissioner Vickery that didn't matter if it took 8 months or a year, that the board would like to have it fully vetted and reviewed and come up with something that was palatable for all parties concerned. And October was approximately 6 months ago, but we started advertising preparation of the final draft within 60 days after that, I believe. And then we get into a couple of items where when Graham, that's the correct pronunciation of his last name, Mr. Grimes. Mr. Graham, thank you. At the last planning and zoning meeting, I was there and I sat through it, and we had a full board seated. Mr. Harper was by media for the presentation by Mr. Graham. And it was an interesting meeting from my perspective in regards to, and I know that I'm reiterating, but I want to make sure that people are brought up to date. That we had 139 or 155 page document brought for the board, and the question asked by Chairman Businik was, does anyone have any questions? And with 155 documents and 5 seated board members, there were no questions pertaining to that. And that was on a red line version. I found that interesting. And then in the course of the next 45 minutes, Chairman Businik asked a number of questions directly to Mr. Graham, and he was able to field a number of them, but there were quite a few that he said, I don't know, I'll have to go back and do my research and look it up, and I'll get back with you. I found that really odd because he was the creator of that document, and for him to say that he had to go back and review what was occurring, that was extremely hard for me to, again, comprehend. And the meeting continued, and your board member, Melinkovich, stated that, and I had a distinct impression, what I heard was he didn't have any input into the creation of that. And so when that transpired, Mr. Fornstrom, I was very concerned with what had we been paying for in regards to obtaining input from the different members of not only our zoning board, but the outside constituents of the county. You're fully aware that planning and zoning regulations are an integral part of the future of our county with development. I'm not telling you anything new. And it's basically the Bible that we have to go with. And without having a Bible, planning and zoning rules that are hopefully a mirror image of what the county wants, it leads us down a path of not enough construction, too much construction, inappropriate housing in different areas. So it's a vital part to our community. And as I reflect back on what I anticipated, and this is only my reflection on a time when I wasn't part of the board, and I watched what transpired, I could see a lot of things that were disjointed because of the great debates over what our planning and zoning rules and regulations said. And there didn't appear to be enough consistency. So approximately 18 months ago, Whiskey Rock was contracted to do the work. And I recognized that there were hiccups along the way, and it wasn't completed within the original time frame of 3 months. The question is, even 3 months should have been agreed to at that point in time because it's a lengthy document. But here we are 18 months later, and we're still going back and beating our heads over a draft that I have great concern that we have not had adequate public input, public reading through the document, the Planning and Zoning Commission reading through, completely embedding it. And obviously, planning and zoning was given that document, was returned to them in October to thoroughly take care of all of these issues. And at this point in time, I don't see where any of that had been done, if that makes sense. And as I went through, received an email last night from Mr. Graham identifying what he believed that he was instructed and what his positions were. But at the end of this story, regardless, we don't have a usable document after 18 months. I don't find that acceptable. And I don't find anything that's close to being acceptable at this point. And I have a hard time continuing with Whiskey Rock moving forward on this planning and zoning document. Because I just not seen any productive time on it. And I don't see anything productive in the future.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to figure out one question about Mr. Green's letter. It looked to me like the last paragraph. He's washed his hands at us. Here's a final document. My is the way I put last.
Well, and I started to pull this out and I thought I didn't want to.
So I guess in my mind at this point, we decided if we want to hand it to our own board to work over and bring forward something to accept.
Do you know what available? I do. If you can care to read that very last paragraph, please. And this is an email that was sent to the commissioners last night by Whiskey Rock. Mr. Gibbon, I'm sorry, I don't know if you were copied on it or not, Mr. Fornstrom.
This is number 6, moving forward. This zoning update process represents a significant step forward in ensuring that Sublette County's land use regulations are clear, enforceable, and aligned with best practices. The final audit and zoning code evaluation were delivered as contracted. The process has been executed as contemplated in the contract. If the Board of County Commissioners have any concerns, I'm looking forward to this discussion. So in my mind, he's done.
May I address some of your comments?
And Dennis, yes, I've known you for years. You're my neighbor, and this is nothing personal.
No, I understand that, but I also see you're seeing one particular side to this, and there's
a little bit more in the background. It sure works, right? So we received, this final draft back, at the end of November. It was published, December 2nd. At that time, we sent that out to the public and gave them, we have a 60 days review period so that everybody had a chance to look at it before we brought it to the first public meeting. This, you stated that it wasn't being vetted again if the public didn't have any input on this. This first public meeting was to engage that and to go through that process. The very first part of this meeting being a place where Jeremy could deliver his report, go through the document, vet any questions that the Planning and Zoning Board had, and work through that process. Months prior to that, we asked Planning and Zoning Board from December to that meeting, please submit your questions, concerns about the document, anything, so that Jeremy can go through that and answer those questions or be ready to answer those questions. We received no comments from the board. The document that they are working with is the document that the Planning and Zoning Board has put together over the past 3 or 4 years. Through all of the public meetings, all of those documentations, the red line that we had put together, Planning and Zoning Board and the staff put together, we delivered to Jeremy. He went through that, reorganized that document, which is the majority of the work that has been done to that document. Moving all the definitions to the definition page, moving all of the working processes, the administrative sections into one section, and basically separating things out. The majority of the document has not changed. And that document is the document that the Planning and Zoning Board and the public have worked through, and we presented to Jeremy to go through and modify and format correctly. So there is a lot. So that document is not a document that Jeremy has just put together all by himself. That is our working document that we have worked on for the past 4 years. Ken's statement, I think, has been taken out of context at that meeting. Ken has not had input in the letters or anything that Chris had submitted to you guys, or the questions that he had submitted to Jeremy, which had not submitted to Jeremy. Ken has been very involved and is one of the members that has first read that document and went through that document. Ken came to me, asked questions. He has had great input on that, and so has the rest of the board. The meetings, setting up those meetings, in order to get this document going and to meet our timelines and state statute timelines, I had to set up a meeting and start that process. So I had to get the 60 days notice going, that review process. If it goes to the Planning and Zoning Board and it takes multiple meetings for that to happen, it doesn't mean that it comes to you at the next meeting. There are statutes that we have to follow for your meeting recommendations. So once the Planning and Zoning Board is done vetting that, going back through that, however long it takes, then it can go to you. But I had to publish something to get that ball rolling. So those weren't hard dates necessarily that it's going to come before you. It was just things that had to get in place in order for this to keep moving forward. Mr. Grimm has done a fantastic job. Mr. Grimm is very qualified to be doing this and doing what he is doing for us. He has been great to work with. And he's taken input very well. I guess it's up to you guys, but he has done a great service to us, I think, and we have a good document from him. That was important. Open for questions.
I'm not seeing any.
Open to questions or statements. In public? Yes, please. Please.
Chairman, Commissioners, I guess I just wanted to check in on a couple of points here. One is I would say that the document that came back to the Planning and Zoning Board from Whiskey Rock far exceeded its scope, original scope, which was evaluating proposed regulations for clarity, consistency, and usability, auditing for compliance with Wyoming state law, best land use practices, and reformatting the document to improve accessibility and ease of use, much of which Mr. Fornstrom just talked about. But there's a great deal in there that takes radical departures from the intent that we expressed as a board when we voted those regulations through to you. So I'm not privy to what direction the Board of County Commissioners gave to Whiskey Rock prior to him working on that document. Perhaps you directed him in some of those directions. I don't know. But what I can tell you is it's drastically different from what we sent on. So this is not just a clarification or we got to change some of this wording so that it complies with state statutes, or, let's talk about this. We're not talking about anything. But we got back to the document. We were unable. The P&Z board was completely blocked from talking to Mr. Grimm throughout the process. So we had no input or the benefit of hearing what his rationale was. So I just want to be clear about that. Regardless of what your take on that final document is, it's still, I sent you an email expressing this, but there are several contract deliverables that Mr. Grimm did not deliver as part of his contract. And I don't say that just to pick at him. These are concrete, elements of the foundation on which you would look and say, okay, for this to be done in a way that is going to be a solid, the final deliverable, which is what he delivered. You need to follow X, Y, and Z. Well, we lost X, Y, and we find ourselves at Z. So it just begs the question about the kind of rationale, the logic, the diligence that was done to arrive at his ultimate conclusion, not to mention it's a significant contractual consideration. The length of time, he's talked at length about, the delays. And if you use the most generous interpretation and take Mr. Grimm at his word, it took him 12 months instead of 3. Still a significant difference in time. Meanwhile, there were several meetings. I'm asking what's the latest and greatest updates. Dennis and Tess, when we're going to hear, when we were told always consistently, couple weeks, like over and over and over and over again. And we didn't, it took 12 months. So we had no idea about where this was in the process or what was going on. And regarding questions submitted, I would say that most of the questions, I'd say with the exception of the ones where I asked him about the deliverables, where he told us that night that he hadn't delivered many of them. When I asked him, every other question was questions that we had posed to him that were in writing in the document we delivered to him in October of 2023. So in fact, he had those questions, and I know he had them actually because he referenced them in front of him that evening. When I asked him, he looked them up and he repeated things back to me that were in writing. So there were, I don't know how many questions, dozens, 30, 40 questions. And at the time that we put those in there as a board, many of them, if you have the red line, you go look, we would love input from Whiskey Rock about this particular thing. Whiskey Rock, please provide us a definition for this. So, lots of things. And we were told at that time, yes, you'll have an opportunity, put those in there and you'll have an opportunity to engage with him about those, and you'll hear from him about those. Well, we never did. Never heard a single thing about any of those. And those were the questions I raised to him that night. So it's a bit inaccurate to say that we hadn't submitted questions in writing in advance. In fact, it's way in advance. It goes back to October of 2023. Those were questions that he sat there that night and was unable to answer many of them. So I just want to be clear about some of those facts. And I would agree that, I think that what we have in front of us today is a challenging document to work with. It's not one. How I would personally like to use it is I'd like to take the input he's provided, but I do not think that it is where we should be working from. Unfortunately, we don't have the benefit of hearing his rationale and logic. I wasn't able to get it the night that he showed up at the meeting, and we haven't had it prior to that. But what we do have is we have the suggested changes. I think we take that as input to inform the evolution of the regulations. But I personally find it difficult to think about starting with this working document moving forward. I'm happy to answer any questions with this or my comments. Thank you.
It's a statement that you made partly through that planning and zoning board was blocked from meeting with or talking with Mr. Brianne. Did I misunderstand that?
No, that's correct. Yeah.
So if during this process of 12 months, 14 months, if you were blocked from meeting, talking, or any communication with him, how could we impart with our wants and desires and modifications?
It's a great question.
Is there anything you need to add on that? Other than that, you had none.
Commissioner Bradley looks like
I do have one. At the beginning of your statement, you said his review far exceeded what?
So there was a scope in his scope of work of like what
He exceeded
he
his
was
scope.
gonna, so instead of doing the things he said, he veered off radically, I think, from what his charge was. There's no other commissioners or questions. So thank you, commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. This will be directly to Mr. Viceni. At the time of our last meeting, when Jeremy was at that meeting, he offered, he requested all of Chris's questions and such so that he could go through those. He offered time to meet with Chris over the phone, the computer, and go through everything, answer all of his questions. That never happened. Why did that not happen? Thank you. Would you be kind enough to respond to that if you hear the question?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So I would say that, frankly, at the end of that meeting, I had lost faith in Mr. Grimm, and his felt like a little, too late. I tried to engage with Mr. Grimm very early on in the process. I heard him on a podcast. I found some of his comments to be interesting and reached out to him and said, hey, we're doing this podcast. Love some of these ideas. Can't wait to get the benefit of your input and expertise. Look forward to chat. Maybe we could grab a cup of coffee or jump on call or something. And the response was, I will only speak with Mr. Fornstrom. I will not be talking to anybody else. Okay. Message received. I stood in front of the Board of County Commissioners on several occasions, some of which Mr. Grimm was there, and said, I'm not able to talk to Mr. Grimm. Just so you know, this is what's happening. And I was never engaged by Mr. Grimm and after that. So at the end of a meeting in which I discovered for the first time, because I didn't know before that meeting, that he had not done much of what he said he would do. That every question I asked, I was told, that I was asking the wrong question. I just frankly didn't have confidence in Mr. Grimm and didn't feel the need to engage, which is why I then sent you the email that I sent you, expressing that I thought that this was a number of things that were problematic. So at that point, that's why I didn't choose to engage with Mr. Grimm. Instead, I chose to engage with the Board of County Commissioners on this issue. Appreciate that. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
As far as our regulations sit right now, prior to the end, do you think they're way out of line? Do you think a few updates on definitions? Do you think there's a simple fix to these things, or do you think they're total reconstruction?
I think that Well, I'll say that, you know, I obviously don't have the benefit of saying which direction we go. I'll say I'll work with whatever the Board of County Commissioners would like me to work with, but I think that there are some obvious issues. There are lots of definitions issues. I mean, we spent a couple of years working through it on the planning and zoning board. So I think, you know, that makes clear there's a lot of work to do. I think there are some things that are critical, high priority things, just, you know, big gaps. And then I think there are some things where, you know, that we could take some more time on and really flesh out.
So if we were to take Mr. Grimm's, not adopt him, hand him to your board, do you think there's enough time in the day to get a workable document there? Just amongst your board?
Well, I think probably, you know, if you asked me to do that, what I would probably request of you or if your buy-in on would be using Mr. Grimm's input as input, but going back to the version we delivered you and updating that. Now, having said that, certainly it would be great to have the input of a consultant. As you know, we're a volunteer board. We all put a ton of time into it. We love what we do. We wouldn't do it if we didn't. But it's a pretty big lift for a volunteer board to take on. So I do think we would benefit from someone that was expert.
So now, are you thinking hire somebody to come to a few of your monthly meetings? How are you guys going to get enough time with this person to come up with the document? You guys' time is of the essence.
Yeah, well, I think that I actually think it doesn't have to be that much in the way of time. I think that if we could engage, you know, many of the public meetings we had, and we actually have a lot of recordings. I mean, I think one of the things I worry about too is making sure the public put in, cumulative, if you added all of thousands and thousands of hours, we had a lot of public input. So I think, you know, if we have those all recorded, right, I think that that it would be really most efficient taxpayer dollar wise, and just looking at the investment that the community has made in this for a consultant to come up to speed on the public input and on the deliberations of the P&Z board. Obviously, I'm not going to listen to all of those, but there are some ways that you could, you know, with transcripts and summarizations, hit some highlights. And then, yeah, I think we could do some working sessions with the consultants and get there pretty quickly, actually.
Mr. Chairman, I'll say a few things. Has any of the commissioners read this? Yes. So looking at this, looking at what work was, ultimately it comes down to, we got a couple different campaigns. Shame on us if we're not giving it their scope. If we want to have a new plan that changes policies, that should be coming from us as a direction of what that policies are. Ultimately, Mr. Licini, he can't make those policies. We're tasked to make those policies through state statute, through the election, the policy changes. I read through this. There's definitely some stuff I don't think it's all bad. I don't think it's, I definitely got some questions on some stuff and I want to get walked through some stuff on it. But as far as the scope goes, it's cleaning up some of the language, cleaning up some of the grammar errors of it, the way it was placed in there. Basically, he took and the regulations haven't changed. I mean, Chris, you've obviously read it too. I mean, the regulations haven't changed much, right?
I'm sorry, are you mean in that document that has changed?
This document compared to what our current existing rules are. Now we got the red line that's kind of in between. So we got 3 different documents, 3 different people. And I don't feel us as commissioners gave anybody a true picture and set of sideboards of, hey, this is what we want. We want, whether we want no development in this area, where we want whatever we want, we have to give that direction to whoever's writing this, whether it be planning and zoning board whether it be somebody else we hire, whether we go back to Whiskey Rock and say, okay, I want these rules to be followed in Sublette County, write me a document that follows these rules. As far as the references, I mean, Clayton, our own attorney, sent us an email out saying that, yeah, they tried to cover some of that in here, some of it's not. If you guys want to add it to it, we need to give that clear direction to go, whether it be planning and zoning, whether it be whoever. I don't think everything is lost that's in there. I like the way it was presented. I like the way it was put together as a one document combined. I think it's ready for prime time. You know, there needs to be some work done to it before I can get behind it, but I don't think all of the lost on it. Just my thoughts though, and I'm only one of them. So you guys decide. Enjoy the other.
Shall I step away from the podium, or do you have any other questions from me?
Anything you'd like to add? No, I'll go home, Ken.
All right, let's sit in that, thank you.
We do have Whiskey Rock with their hand up.
I mean, I probably took too much for granted. You hire somebody, you kind of think they're gonna do everything you want. In 1 week, probably they're a little fault to sitting here. You know, I think we just thought that would happen. I know I probably should have stayed more involved, you know, and then when you got this far, we're doing it today, so I'll take some blame, but no, it can't all get lost. I mean, it has to be stuff that's been passed over for years. It's could be corrected, and how exactly we're going to do that. Sure. So. I thought it is we've made here this whole contract. I agree, don't lack $70,000. Throw it to me. He's willing to work with us like we ended up. So notified things amongst everybody. We finish out. I don't think our planning and zoning regulations were broken beyond use to begin with. And we go back to our comprehensive plan. Granted, it's only 30 years old, but things are still the same. And when you go into that, there's a few updates that need to be done in that, but ultimately, things that were going on 23 years ago in the county, people feel they will see going on in this county. But I think our regulations need some updated spots. Well, yeah, we didn't let them completely broken. It's got to be better than what it was. Thank you.
Yeah, they do have their hand raised for public comment. They should be able to speak if they unmute themselves.
Can you hear me, commissioners?
Hope it goes through at least.
Can you hear me? This is Jeremy at Whiskey Rock. Testing, testing. Can you hear me? I'm not hearing a response. Let me know when you can hear me. Can you hear me? Hello? Testing, 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 testing. Let me know when you can hear me. I do not believe you are hearing me. Let's see. Can you hear me now? Hello? 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 I'm speaking. Let's see if I can just call Dennis.
Jeremy, are you there? You should be able to talk.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Testing, testing, testing. Hi, Dennis. I'm trying to connect. I'm speaking, but nothing's coming through on the Teams meeting.
There we go. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm sure right now.
Oh, you can hear me now?
Yep.
Excellent, excellent. Commissioners, Jeremy Grimm from Whiskey Rock Planning here. Thank you for your time today. And I'd just like to briefly touch on a couple of items. I guess the first is it's truly an honor, and I believe with great integrity and great support of your staff, we've put forward a very good document that will serve Sublette County well in the future. The challenge that I see was that you can't ride two horses with one saddle. Per my scope of work and contract, I was directed to work and interact with your staff, the planning director, his staff, in concert with your county attorney. And nowhere can you balance that and also work and take direction from the planning board or an individual member of the planning board. So the intent hasn't been to shut the planning and zoning board out of any of this. The intent is to have an efficient process where I have clear direction per the contract. And that's what's occurred. We have completed the task with the exception of one that is wide open. If you want to complete it or not, it's up to you or your staff. The challenge here is that the board seems to have, not acted as a board. Mr. Lisintic is acting as an individual. The board has taken no formal action and made no formal motion on this. What has been delivered is my audited review of your code. And at this point, it is natural for the Planning Commission to consider the audited evaluation with some changes. It does have some changes. And it's appropriate for them to consider whether they want to recommend those changes onto you or other changes. At that point, this document comes to you for consideration, ideally with an endorsement from the Planning and Zoning Commission. And then you consider it at another public forum or hearing for your consideration for adoption. So, I guess it's perspective, but what I see is a member of your Planning and Zoning Board who would really like to be more involved in the process and may not be comfortable with how the process and the project was directed. So with that, I'm more than happy to continue to work with you if the well isn't poisoned. If yourselves and the planning board feel that I'm a resource to you, I'm happy to continue on and support and respond to questions and try to help you and your staff make additional changes if they desire those. Otherwise, I certainly don't want to be complicating things if you want to move on. I think your planning commission has the ability to work through these changes and review the code. I'm disappointed that I didn't get specific questions. I would have responded and answered to any questions I had regarding the final report, and am generally happy to do that. And we could talk more details on that. But generally, I just want to say I have had a pleasure working with your staff and believe wholeheartedly that the audit and evaluation that's been delivered is productive, useful. In terms of, I did want to address one final comment. Your code wasn't bad, but as you know from recent developments, the world is more litigious these days, and you have actors who potentially could make significant claims towards the county if they're not treated consistently or if they're treated arbitrarily in their applications and review. So I think that's the one thing it does. It does clarify, tries to build consistent standards, and tries to make your regulations such that you have the ability to make very defensible decisions with clear criteria. So with that, gentlemen, again, it's been my honor to work in Sublette County. Happy to discuss where this goes from here. And thank you for your time and the opportunity.
Questions? Commissioner Gregory?
Mr. Grimm, can you hear me?
I can, sir.
Okay, thank you. So I guess in the neophyte in this whole operation, I wonder, when I saw you said you had 100, and bear with me if I missed the number, but I think it was 150 plus communications with zoning staff. Is that number correct?
Yeah, that's what that's what my folder includes. Yes, 150 emails on this project.
Okay, well, here's sort of my concern as a member of this commission. If I have discussions with outside parties concerning something that the commission is going to make a decision on, the first thing I do, perhaps the second thing I do, but it's always either the first or second, I involve the commission chairman so that he knows what's going on as far as my involvement with either the community or one of the commissioners. It would appear to me that in this instance, this is a document that's critical to the going forward of Sublette County and what we as a community envision. By accident, I would have thought part of those 150 plus conversations, emails, whatever they were, should have went, whether you like the guy or not, should have went to the chair of the zoning board so that individual could have shared that with the rest of the folks on that board so they could have been in tune with this ongoing project. Now, I happened to also sit on that last meeting, and good, bad, or indifferent, my take from that was those folks on that board, other than the chairman, had no idea what was going on. It wasn't a question, not one question. And I find that inconceivable that with this document having, what, going on 2 years, basically, a year and a half better, there should have been some spillover, if you would, of information from staff to the board chairman so that those folks would have been in the loop also. So that is a grave concern of mine, that information, whatever it was not shared so that people who actually work and have worked with these documents had a knowledge of what they were supposed to be going to work with. Apparently that didn't occur, at least that's what I believe. And so to me, that's a major oversight in this whole process. I know I've only sat on this commission for 7 years now. And there's been a lot of instances where things have come up, regardless of the person sitting in the chair. I shared that with them because I thought it was important. Sometimes it wasn't much of an issue. Sometimes it was a big issue. So for this document and this 150 plus emails, telephone calls, whatever they were, not to have been shared with the board that has to use this stuff to make hopefully the right decisions. I just find that inconceivable that should have happened, or that it did happen, quite frankly. And so that's a grave concern. And I think if we go forward, whatever direction the court takes, it needs to incorporate the educational system, if you would, but not only the zoning board, whoever's on that, plus the commission who is ever on that, so that we have an opportunity if this thing goes forward and look and say, yeah, that's good. Yeah, I don't care for this. I mean, it just makes sense. If we're going to make that final decision, we should have all the knowledge available to make that decision with. So if I'm wrong in that assessment, so be it. I've been wrong before, but I don't live by this. And so I'm steadfastly going to say, as we go forward, regardless of what this commission decides to do, I want to see this cloak and dagger situation go away. I want to see the information that's going to be brought forward, go to the zoning board. And I want to see that come to the commission. They don't have to read it, throw it away if you want, but at least it will be available. So I don't know what the direction's gonna be after today, but certainly the direction we've been taking in my mind has been kind of iffy. I'm done.
Mr. Chairman, if it's appropriate, this is Jeremy at Whiskey Rock.
Yes, please.
I appreciate that comment, Mr. Commissioner. I guess what I'd say is there's a couple things here. First is the county's in receipt of my audit and evaluation. Nothing's being forced to be adopted. Nothing's about to be adopted. This process has now come to where the Planning Commission has receipt of a document, an audited and evaluated document. They can clearly see the changes that I've recommended. There's a summary of what those changes were and how they affect land use in Sublette County. And I think it's just a matter of timing and involvement. At this point, this is in the hands of your Planning and Zoning Commission. Your staff has directed this work per the contract, and the Planning and Zoning Commission now can do whatever they like with this. They can spend another whatever amount of time reviewing the changes, maybe adopting or negating some, or they could endorse them, ask some questions about how those changes were made and what my thoughts are on them, and then forward it on to you. But the work has to be done. It can't be done by committee. It has to be done. And we've done everything we could to expedite this in light of the timing challenges. But at this point, I wouldn't suggest that the Planning Commission or yourself should feel like your back's against the wall. You have a audited and evaluated document that you could adopt or could have further recommendations and changes sent along to you. That's all, sir.
Commissioner Bradley?
Yeah, Jeremy, I guess my question is, maybe there's some confusion. You send this back as a final draft to the Planning Commission, and that fulfills your contract in your mind, or now are you willing to take feedback from them and come back with another draft?
Mr. Chairman, board members, well, that gets in a bit of the nitty-gritty. I've completed my audit and evaluation and delivered my evaluation. I'm happy to work with Planning Commission now directly through this. And if it's going to be questions about written questions I could respond to about how and why I've made recommendations, happy to discuss those. Happy to work forward if it's going to be 6 or 8 meetings. Happy to work at that remotely, attend those, support the Planning Commission. But when I look at the contract, the deliverable of the final audit and evaluation is what has been completed. There's a little bit of unused budget for task on the open space. We could try to apply that to continued support, to support P&Z. Again, I'm flexible and open. I think, your Planning Commission, again, Mr. Lasinik speaks as an individual. And as speaking as an individual, I would also suggest he doesn't represent the Planning Commission. That you need the whole Planning Commission to act and direct their actions. So I think you should digest and discuss what's been submitted, work through any questions, and get a vote of your Planning Commission.
So in my mind, with a final draft coming forward, that's something that's been vetted by everybody involved. in my mind, your contract isn't quite finished. You've got one more step.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, board members, so I've delivered my final audit and evaluation, and as I came down there on the 20th of February, I stand for questions and response. Again, any 130-page document, very complex legally, no one in the world can respond on the fly. So I had requested comments in writing, questions in writing, and going into that meeting, despite 2 months of digestion and option to review, received none from the public, from planning commission members. So again, I'm flexible, and I would love to, I want you to have the best product you can. I want this to work for you all. So I'm open and available for discussions of how that plays out.
Mr. Stevens?
Well, I don't know.
I'm not putting you on the spot. I didn't.
No, I've been on spot. But, we was under the impression it was 3 months, and that's went 1.5 years. And I guess we kind of got an ending in sight, but not really. So I don't know. I mean, and I kind of resent what he said about Mr. Listening as being the only spokesman on the planning and zoning. Is a non-paid person, and I don't believe I sticks with the job at all. So you got my 100%, support. Okay, I resent that statement very much.
Well, I guess I'm gonna throw my suggestion out here. If Whiskey Rock's board, in my mind, it's in our court now. Planning and zoning board, take it, discuss it amongst themselves and with him, if he's willing, get some ideas where we're at. I think we've invested enough that we don't want to lose everything. He's spent some time. He's got to have some knowledge that you guys can use. In my mind, set a time that he's willing to meet, or you guys can discuss how you're going to move forward. And try one more time to come forward with the final product in some amount of time. I don't care how far out it is, but I think there's too much here that shouldn't be lost. And getting somebody else up to speed, we're going to have that much more money in it. I think if he's willing and you guys are willing, you should work through another meeting. Thank you. That's my sense.
So, Mr. Chairman, we're not going to, we get 6 more people, we're not going to agree with all of them. So, I mean,
That's right.
we could be in the very same situation, hire another company. So I'm not at all interested in what that costs.
I'm just making sure that the board is thoroughly explained the position. Also, I tend to agree with Mr. Stevens, Commissioner Stevens, sorry. I think you got, Jeremy did a good job putting together what he was supposed to do. This goes back to the planning and zoning board. They mark it up and say, hey, this is why it's wrong, but ultimately it has to come back before us 5 members here and then say, okay, we got this proposal here from Whiskey Rock that we've looked through. We got the concerns from the planning and zoning board of what they missed. It comes back to us and decide, okay, guys, what do we want in this? Because then we can give somebody a clear set of directions, clear sideboards of how to deliver us a final document. Right now, what I'm hearing is planning and zoning board doesn't like this. Whiskey Rock, you go back and stick with the planning and zoning until you guys can have something that they do like. I don't know if that'll ever happen. It probably won't ever happen. But what could happen is we send this document back to planning and zoning, however long it takes, and if they're willing to do it, they mark it up and they say, hey, this is where you missed the boat. Both those documents come back to us, and then we decide where we want to go from there and who we want to. And maybe at that point, it's something that Clayton's office can take on and say, yeah, I can put that together and type up and present you guys a final document with both aspects. Maybe at that point, we put it back out, we go back out to another RFP to rewrite it. But
I see that no matter what happens, the decision makers have to get a clear set of objectives and rules and wants of what we want, or everybody's gonna fail at this. You're never gonna have anybody be able to come in here and provide something that's gonna make you happy if you don't tell them what you want to.
100% agree.
So, Mr. Chairman, so Jeremy, if you can still hear me, you can either concur or not. But as I look at the moving forward, number 6, on your letter to the Board of County Commissioners, and I read it, and Commissioner Bradley read it a little bit ago. The moving forward, it would appear to me that you feel like you've lived up to everything that you were supposed to. As far as you're concerned, this contract has been fulfilled. You've lived up to it. It's done. You're through, so to speak, according to this moving forward. So have I said that properly? You feel like you've lived up to your end of the contract, and if we accept this, then I don't know what kind of I don't know what we owe you on this, but as far as I'm concerned, we pay that. We thank you for your input into this. And what Mr. White just said, in 40 words, it would take me 140 to say it, but I certainly agree with that scenario. So I think right now we take what we have got out of your work. Take your red letters and do what you got to do, and then bring it back to the commission. Then, I know Mr. White and I have been on the same page here. We won't, I hate to say it, more public input, but that is so important for this document. To actually hear from the people that it's going to impact. And so, but I know there's been a lot of stuff said about, we've got the recordings, we've had public meetings, but, you know, I guess I haven't been to those meetings. That's my fault. Nobody else's. And I think it's still an important part of the process to know exactly what the folks who are going to be impacted down the road, what they feel, what they want, what they envision. So I think, as far as I'm concerned, you have lived up to your bargains on this contract, and what we decide in the future is up to us as a commission. That's my take on it.
I got one more question, and I'm not against what Doug's saying. I just wonder if this goes back to your board, if it wouldn't be a good idea to have Mr. Grimm, if you've got some questions, maybe he could walk you through why he said what he said. Just have at least one more conversation with him on things that aren't in your eyes right, or you wonder why they came out of his mouth the way they did, or is there any value in that, or you better walk away?
I'm happy to get Mr. Grimm further. I mean, I expressed my frustration and kind of challenges, but if you would like us to do that, I'm happy to do it. I would say that the best thing that I think we could do is for him to address all of the questions that we asked in October of 2023. That's where the board specifically wanted his input. So maybe that's the exercise is, could you give us a response to these questions we posed to you originally? That might be the thing to do. He's got it in writing already. It exists. That would be very helpful for us to understand what his take was on the things we asked for input on.
Well, I was under the distinct impression for a statement from Mr. Grimm that he never had any questions asked by the board back at that point in time. Am I mistaken on that?
You are. Those questions were in the original document, the P&Z board, and then we submitted to police and Rob.
Okay, thank you. I didn't hear that same thing from Mr. Grimm's white question.
That discussion did go far in the back.
Okay, thank you.
So I think that might be the most helpful thing to get. But I'm happy to share
So,
whatever the board.
The reason those questions weren't answered originally is because Mr. Grimm thought his zoning conversation could be with finding a zoning office, is that?
Those original, just probably over the time frame that all of that took to get from the original red line document that the P and Z board submitted to Mr. Grimm and him working through that process. Those questions or those changes to that document were incorporated in that document and brought back in that red line that we received in December. So in my mind, those questions were incorporated. With that, those questions were not directly answered back to the board. So those questions were in that original red line document. And with that, some of those questions, some of those red lines or changes were things that the planning and zoning office and Mr. Grimm worked through that time period. Those were our conversations back, was working through the questions and the red lines that were posted to that original document to come up with this final document.
It's a plain spaghetti, to say it mildly. And everyone has stated what their position is and how they feel, and everyone is correct. There's no way to dispute that. What happens, Mr. Grimm, is I took offense when you started pointing out Mr. Lasinik or whatever thoughts you deemed faults of his. He was acting as a representative of the county under the direction of the Board of Commissioners. And I detest the language that you use just in this regard. And it's completely incorrect. When it comes to moving forward with you, what I would suggest is if Planning and Zoning Commission, if they get this far, wants to consult you, great. And if not, that's great also. The documentation that I have seen is not enough to hang our hat on, and it needs to be fully vetted. There's more to it. It's confusing in areas. I agree with going back and taking a strong look at what we've had in the past. I think that's a valid point. So I also believe that the Board of Commissioners was negligent and remiss in their duties in the preparation of this planning and zoning document. We should have had one or two commissioners sitting with the Planning and Zoning Commission and a couple of representatives of the county going through it, working together jointly. I think having it only in the administration of planning and zoning was the incorrect position to take on that. It gave it an appearance that was probably a false appearance, but it was the wrong appearance to nurture, if that makes sense. At this point in time, I'd like to make a motion to void the existing contract of Whiskey Rock, effective immediately, to take the draft that has come to us and paid for by us, be sent out to the Planning and Zoning Commission. They have a member or two from the commissioners participate, and if needed, and hopefully it's deemed that we come up with a couple of community members, staff, and fully vet and combine or create a new document.
Chairman, point of order on that. Are you making that motion, or would you consider a motion being made to that as the chairman of this board? Either consider. You should.
I believe it, of course.
What's that? I'm just asking for a point of clarification. Usually a chairman can't make a motion that he has to consider, but we don't have bylaws, as Clayton says, so we don't have no written procedure on that, so just wanted to get a clarification of that. And that came up with policies and procedures. Second, I want to ask Mr. Grimm a question. So after reviewing this document, Mr. Grimm, would you be willing to take some questions and walk me through a couple questions I have? And it'll only be about 10 or 15 questions I got on some of this stuff and what you were thinking on this document. No matter what this, and it's fair enough if you want to just wash your hands of us. I 100% understand that. But I would like you to walk me through a couple parts of this document, what you were thinking and why that was the case, if you'd still be willing to do that.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, all of you, I would be happy to spend and respond to questions, spend time with you on this. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Happy to do that. Unfortunately, due to the impromptu nature of this, I have a hard cutoff in 4 minutes. I have another meeting, but happy to, as I said, I want you to get this right. I'm a resource to you as part of this process or anytime in the future. If you have planning and zoning and related questions, I'm always available. I love this stuff. I want it to work well for Sublette County. So happy to do that. And as for the motion, I only want to be participating if I'm helpful. And to clarify my offensive comments, I was speaking strictly legally as to the formation of your Planning and Zoning Commission and how they provide you input. It's the commission as a whole. I believe your attorney will confirm this. It's not an individual or even the chairman who can speak or act for the commission without their broad endorsement or motion for action. But yes, I'm available. If this concludes our business together, that's no hard feelings on my end, and look forward to supporting your staff and Sublette County on this, wherever it goes, whatever recommendation comes from the Planning Commission on this draft, and in the future.
Thank you for that.
So back to your request for motion, are you wanting to finish paying this contract, right? Beautiful.
Everyone's going to go to making the motion. If you would like to, great. Can I ask a question just for clarity's sake? I just want to make sure that I'm understanding. Mr. Chairman, I just want to make sure I understand what you're asking, or not asking, but you're suggesting. You're suggesting in this motion, and it seems like it's a few different things at once, and maybe it's more clear to break them out, because it seems like you've got a question about terminating this contract, and there's a question about paying it out. Maybe that could be one motion, and then, what to do next could be part of another motion. And Dennis can speak to this certainly more than I. Next planning and zoning meeting is scheduled for Thursday. I believe the only thing on that agenda is zoning regulation discussion. Correct, right? Yes, yeah. So that's the only thing that's happening. So they're already considering it. And just when we take a step back from how the legislature has structured this, and then also how the county has structured this in the current regulations, the authority for essentially doing the work, so to speak,
is vested in your planning and zoning board in conjunction with staff. So it's contemplated in statute that essentially the professional office that exists within the county structure, working with the planning and zoning board, would go through and have public hearings, give public comment, compile a document that then they would make a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners. And then the statute vests the ultimate authority for all zoning regulations within this group. So these all follow the Administrative Procedure Act, because essentially you're creating regulations within the county, and so they have to follow that specific, they have to follow the specific notice, hearing, adoption procedure. But it seems to me that that process is already in play, that there are those public hearings are already occurring at the planning and zoning level. And so I don't know that that needs to be addressed because that's already happening. I guess the question that I had and wanted some more clarity on, just to think about it from the legal perspective, appointing individuals to participate in almost like a working group, is that what you meant? Right. So the working group idea, okay, and let me just, if I could pull that thread, and we can have this conversation offline and circle back, or however you would like to do this. And we can also pause, because I think at this point, Mr. Grimm is gone, Dennis is here for a bit, but I know that our insurance contacts are here. It might make sense to hit pause real quick, have their piece, and then we could come back to this conversation. Just a suggestion.
Let me go on motion for one after. Sure. I make a motion to pay Whiskey Rock's final balance on their contract and accept the work provided and move forward to further consideration.
Second. The motion is to terminate contract, take the balance due to Whiskey Rock and move forward to that point. The motion to second, all in favor? Aye. Motion passed. Hey.
So is this completely dropped now? I'll make a little discussion here. Well, while we're talking about it. So in the past, when commissioners have been at meetings, they've spoken, it's not been taken exactly right from the public. So say some of us commissioners alternate, go to these meetings. Should we be the observers? Or are we going to be actually allowed to participate and take it wrong? People listen.
I think Mr. Melinkovich has a thought on that we're not quite that far, if I understood.
But I mean, it's just a thought.
No, it's a valid thought.
Because I know what's happened here. Thanks.
Yes, sir. I agree.
We can continue to have that conversation, or if you want to, it's just, you're the chairman, you're of the meeting, but if you want, we could reconvene this conversation after these guys took care of insurance.
We'll back. Mr. Wenz.
Thank you for your time today.
I'd like to most exercise. You like that? I don't care, but just here, explore that. That's fanny the girl.
See, when you say those things, it don't make it hurt.
No.
Thank you.
Commissioners, thank you for your time today.
Mr. Williams.
Yeah, I brought you guys your renewal proposal from Travelers. In this proposal, you see like a cover sheet, and then there's a two-page document that kind of shows just some highlights on policy without having to dig in too deep. And then you can see a 5-year summary, a premium summary, and then there to follow that would be the proposal for Travelers. Some of the things I wanted to just highlight before we started going in was, like normally, I met with you guys in January for a meeting in Pinedale. We discussed a few options. We decided to remove 2 buildings from the policy, the golf course locker building and the crow's nest at the fairgrounds here in Big Piney. So those have been removed. We talked about a $25,000 property deductible. Well, I brought that to the underwriter Travelers, and she told me that the only thing that would really lower is around $5,000 at the most premium. That's just to do with the way that this policy is structured with the big blanket. You know, there's a total insured value. It's not like they're all specifically scheduled, so it doesn't just drop them all like it could with other policies. So I just wanted to make that one clear, that you could still go that avenue, but that has not been built into this proposal just because it's $5,000 in the grand scheme of this policy probably isn't a huge game changer, but something we can pursue a little farther. I met with Carrie and in February, we reviewed everything, sent her all of the schedules and the statement of value. She sent that out to her department heads and everyone verified those that got back to me. So those have all been verified and put on this renewal policy. Majority of the increase is coming from exposure changes and increase in autos, equipment, as well as a loss ratio. The rate increase is coming in at 8% overall. Majority of lines are flat with auto and property at 3% due to wide market conditions. Generally, even well-performing account, right now they're increasing 10 to 15% in the public entity space. So this one is coming in, even lower than the average. So I think that's a really good place to be. We have a great relationship with Travelers. When it comes to these kind of policies like the public entities and a county government that has complicated different departments, tons of employees, vehicles, it's good to have a carrier that really understands that. Travelers is definitely one that is. So I wanted to mention that. And then last year we met with, after we had renewed, I rep from Travelers met on a Zoom meeting with Carrie, Andrew, and we did some loss control and risk mitigation talk, some of the services they provide. And I think some of those have been implemented. So, one thing that they wanted to offer again is another little stewardship meeting after if they want that, to go over what they could also provide as far as services. So if anyone is interested in that, that's available. And then if there's any questions, I have this document of say, and we can go over everything, but I can field questions right now.
Much better.
It's the mustache.
I'll make sure that someone tells it.
Yeah.
One of the questions, please, in Melinkovich, in regards to subcontracting driving county equipment. Have we arrived at any answer pertaining to that, or are you not aware of what I'm talking about?
This is the first time I've heard this question.
The county owns heavy equipment. Correct. And we have subcontractors that are not employed, subcontractors to a sense, that will do work for the county. My understanding is without a master service agreement. And the question comes in the course of utilizing that equipment, who's insured? At that point in time, I don't think that anything is insured other than possibly equipment because it's owned by the county. But if it comes to any person damage, we have no insurance or no coverage on it. So,
Greg, I just ask a contract on this. So this may try and refresh your recollection. This was the question that Carrie posed regarding our trail crew.
Oh, yeah.
So you're up to speed on that. I believe, if memory serves, if they were an employee, the coverage was much cleaner. And with a subcontractor, it was somewhat questionable.
So
but it's your thing, so that's the
thank you for that.
And I appreciate it, Clayton. One thing you definitely need to have is if they're a subcontractor, first thing I would want to see is their certificate of insurance to see if they have their own policy. If they're being a subcontractor, it's, they're being hired to do a service. Do they have a policy? Do they have a certificate of insurance? Can they name Sublette County as an additional insured and give waiver of subrogation status? Is there a lease in place that says while we are operating this equipment, we will be the ones you know, this care and custody control is in our hands, we can put that on a policy. I would just want to make sure that there was agreements in place that showed that.
Will travelers cover that? Because my experience in the past is when it comes to outside sources, unless they have a specific lease on that equipment, assuming liability, is something that's not insured.
Okay, well, let me bring that to the underwriter. We have time before the renewal day. That's the first.
I think we have some contractors waiting to use equipment, or they currently are using equipment, or anything else they're uninsured.
No, it's not an issue of we, it's,
Where did it come up from then? It's not we.
so it's, and this, from the context perspective on this, the person who currently works under contract with the rec board, who is utilizing that piece of equipment, asked about insurance. He currently has a policy that covers him for the purposes of snow removal. It is my understanding. Now, snow removal and grooming aren't necessarily the same thing. So he's wondering, what do I do on this? What does this look like? The county is not, it's not that the county is not insured in that space. The vehicle itself has been added to the policy, if I understand it. The actions of the subcontractor right now, in the event that someone was injured, that is in that question mark area. And that's where the recommendation came from, is he could be brought on as a part-time employee, and that would clear that up. But there has not been any action on that to this point.
If it is covered under his policy, we're not covered because our insurance doesn't allow that to occur. We can't have a piece of equipment that's double insured.
It's not the equipment that we're worried about.
Right.
It's the injuries caused by the person driving the equipment.
Doesn't liability go with the equipment?
No, so when you're talking about and please, you're the insurance professional in the room, but in this space, when you're talking about insurance coverage on the vehicle itself, that's the potential damage to the vehicle. So if you ran into a tree with the vehicle, it's insured from that perspective. But it is not insured, like if during the process of grooming a person was injured, the vehicle insurance doesn't take care of the injury to the person.
Correct, but the county can't be held liable because it's our equipment that is not authorized usage.
There's more to this story. It's a lot more complicated, but okay. And I'm happy to have that longer, complicated conversation.
Anyway, this has been hanging fire for 2 months, and I want to know when you're ready to bring it to close.
So it just needs to be that the county needs to make the decision of whether or not to bring him on as an employee, because that circles the loop. So it doesn't change anything in terms of the dollars going out the door. It's the exact same process. But
does he part-time or full-time?
He just works. It's very, very part-time, sporadic whenever the snow falls.
I understand that. So, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me ask a question. So I know what we're talking about. We're talking about snowcat grooming trails.
Correct.
I thought it was public streets.
Pardon?
I thought it was on public streets, so I didn't know.
No, it's grooming trails like all that.
Yes.
Correct. Okay, so here's a question. So I have a snowcat, and I know once in a while you pull one that goes binds along and stuff every post year. And sometimes it reacts to you, and sometimes it doesn't. So what if I'm getting ready to, in this case, or another and get ready to go forward, and for some reason it takes off and goes this way down here. It says BMW that costs $65,000. I just crunch that thing into the side and face for that car.
So under the current situation, the way the Governmental Claims Act works is that the county is not necessarily specifically liable for the actions of a non-employee. Okay, so there's the way the Governmental Claims Act works. It essentially acts as a blanket of coverage, and then the Governmental Claims Act has opened up certain categories. And one of those categories is the negligent operation of motor vehicles by a government employee. Okay, so right now, if that crashes into it, that would be the individual who was operating the piece, because they're not a county employee. And I know this is a little bit of a chicken and the egg type situation. In order to get the coverage, they would have to be an employee. In order to be open to potential liability, you would have to be an employee. So we do have a little bit of a chicken and the egg situation. he can get his own insurance, but that is an additional cost that he would want to pass on to the county and say, hey, well, if I'm paying for my own insurance, you guys need to pay me more. However, if he came on as an employee, the blanket of coverage would then cover him in that situation. And that's why the recommendation from my office, once we brought this up, was hire him on as an employee. I have not had the opportunity to follow up and see where we're at with that next step of doing that. But to answer your question right now, in the event that that cat scratches a BMW, that is a liability issue for the BMW owner and the driver of the equipment. It doesn't necessarily come to the county. However, in that process, and please correct me if I'm wrong on this, Zach, in the process, if the blade was damaged and there needed to be an insurance claim to replace the blade, that is where the insurance coverage comes in, because it's the vehicle itself or the piece of equipment itself that is insured. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, got that, but BMW is still gonna be on.
Not on us, on the driver of the equipment, unless they are an employee.
Okay,
But answer your question.
why is it not so complicated?
It's just because these questions and situations come up and it just gets tighter and we weave. So.
So, Mr. Chairman, go ahead.
Commissioner Stevens. Okay, Zach, so I got 3 questions here. Okay, so on this page that's coverages, is that what we're paying? Which, all these, it's got all the buildings and stuff.
Okay, those are the list of the locations that were covered under liability, and there's one that's covered, what the locations that are actually covered under property. So we've had.
So, okay, I'll tell you what, okay, the new rural health building. Okay, we don't own that. The last page. Almost the bottom. 333 North Bridger. New rural health.
Okay. Yeah, that one.
We don't own it.
Check back with that.
Yeah, it's owns the Suffolk County Hospital District. Okay, check. So we might have the liability on it because we got people in it, but we wouldn't want to have coverage on the building.
Okay. Yeah, I can, check with every statement of values as far as property coverage, but.
Yeah, but I just wanted to clarify, it's not our building.
Okay.
Okay, and so the Aspen Grove Living Center, which we give to the hospital district for $1 a year, what are we responsible for on that?
You insure the building itself.
Didn't they say they would pay everything when they made that deal?
Is there a lease on that, Ms. Mount?
Yeah, there's a.
Yes, there is.
Yeah, who pays the insurance?
The county pays the insurance on that one, I believe.
So we're losing money on it. $1 a year, we didn't charge them. So then there's another one. So what's the situation on the fire hall in Danton? We own it, but hospital district's got leased.
They lease it, yeah. The building itself is insured through the county's policy.
And they're responsible for liability.
Any contents coverage in there, because that's their operations are controlled.
Okay. And saves money.
Yeah, I understand.
Commissioner Bickford. So on page 9, this may cover the property, personal property, but when you sign off on working for the county, it says you will not, the county will not be responsible.
Okay, personal property, Commissioner Bickford, they're talking about, that's kind of just a term of business, personal property, so that would be the county's part, like contents, not like if Clayton brought in his own bag, that's not what we're talking about. It's just the county's personal property.
What indeed?
We can throw it on there.
Let's you stand out.
Some of the things I guess I could go over real quick for you guys, just for some clarification. The building and the business personal property limits of insurance, they go up every year just to account for inflation. And so as the premium does increase, they want to make sure that the buildings are insured correctly. So the limit of the blanket last year was $124 million. This year, it increased to $136 million. That's like a 10% increase in coverage. So I think that's something they're trying to do to keep you guys ahead of any losses. Like I spoke before, changes to property schedule, remove the crow's nest golf course blockers. We added the new sand and asphalt building out here. Me and Billy Pape worked on that and got that added. If you want there's a few buildings that have specific limits that are not included in that blanket due to wildfire exposure, and that's on page 18. They're the same as last year, has not changed. Inland marine, we'll just talk about increasing values because every year the county puts on a few new pieces of equipment, take them off, add them on. Last year, the total inland marine value was around 19 million. This year it's 20 million. There's 148 scheduled pieces of equipment. The general liability policy did go down just a hair in premium. And commercial auto, there's 248 scheduled autos on that one. And as same as last year, the umbrella limit is 40 million. So I just want to make sure everything's noted. Any other questions?
One more. So how often, 2 or 3 years ago, we checked and that vehicle thing was a mess. You remember that on the cars? It had been sold and bought, there was a whole slug of what right, how they did it. So like last year, we got rid of like 10 vehicles.
Correct.
So how often do you get that information?
As soon as something like that has been done, Carrie's very good at letting me know. And we've really refined our schedules over the last few years and have a really good running couple of Excel documents to make sure that no matter what, they're removed and pulled in. Like I said, I have sent, I've sent her the statement of values, which includes properties, equipment, drivers, and the autos. Those are very common things that have to be reviewed, obviously, even there. They are all been verified and checked. Things have been removed. We are up to, from what I've received from Carrie, everything is where it needs to be and verified. This is, though, I want to mention, this auto policy is a composite auto. So that means if the county were to buy a vehicle and they just neglected to call me to let me know it was on there, there's coverage no matter what. You buy a vehicle with this policy, it's on there automatically, which is one of the nice things. And throughout the year, you don't get additional premium with the auto portion because all of that comes at the end of the year. They just do an audit when it came in, and then they adjust the premium prorated. So that's one nice thing about this policy is that even if you forgot to call and add a vehicle, it's covered. So it's
covered for 60 days back, or
it's covered for the entirety of the policy term.
I lied to him. Let's get another question.
Come on.
So, okay. So coverage on these vehicles, we've had some out there, they're pretty nice looking vehicles and they mashed up and we've not fixed them. We've just sold them at that. So what is our coverage and, if we wreck them, they get deer loose and stuff and some don't get fixed up. So what's the cutoff that we don't get to fix it or something?
So Commissioner Stevens, the only thing that I know is when I'm given a claim situation that has been brought to me, because obviously I don't know if someone's hit unless it's been brought to my attention. But I guess it's up to you guys, the county clerk's office, treasurer, whoever it is that's making those calls in the department. Let's say if it is on full coverage and something happens to it, comprehensive collision coverage, not, it's got physical damage. It's up to you guys to decide if you want to turn it on claim to have it covered by insurance, as long as it has the physical damage coverage. But then maybe it's a vehicle that still has those things, but it's getting older. Is it worth turning in, or we just want to scrap it? That comes down to you guys. Obviously every time you turn in a claim,
So you don't know what like the deductible is? Huh?
The deductible for the comprehensive collision is $2,500. So, if it's within that reasonable range, obviously, let's say there's a claim that happens over $10,000, $7,000, whatever it is, it's up to you guys to decide if it's in your best interest to turn it on a claim. And in years past, and if it comes into me from Carrie, I put it on and I turn in the claim as part of the request. So that's what we do. Mm-hmm. Anything else?
You have questions? When is our current policy term?
The first on April Fool's Day. 4-1.
Can we not, can we installments like 3-year period or something? Tough year.
I know, we kept it under the average increase, so I know it's, still a significant amount of money, but I feel like they did a really solid on keeping this low. I appreciate it. So, you guys check those out.
So one question, so are we removing Aspen Grove or for the final plan or?
Just check. I thought we weren't gonna, they should have paid everything. I understood when we did that. But we checked it out. I don't know, you all remember it all? I mean, I remember the $1 a year and they should have paid everything.
I thought they paid everything too. I haven't seen the contract, so you would have that.
You were just before.
I look at it the same as like on the point in the fire we had there, right? When they do something to our building and we don't have control over what kind of insurance or anything that they have. I'd rather have Zach on our side and be able to call Zach up and say, hey, these guys just burned down our building, our property. We're gonna turn it into you. You battle with them rather than us having to take Clayton's time to try to battle with another entity that doesn't have insurance. So I still believe that
That's called good customer service. That doesn't do it. We'll transfer it over to Stephanie.
So on my building,
There must be a contract, so.
if we own a building, and we don't have control over what kind of insurance that they're gonna run on the building, then if we need to adjust the rental rates, so be it, that's fine, but my thought's just not to take it off.
Yeah, I
Well,
think.
I'm not asking to take it off. I'm just saying, I thought that was the word when we made the contract, so.
Yeah, it was so good.
We should have motions for sure, just an hour to next meeting.
Well, it's going to be due before the next meeting.
Yeah, it sure is.
So please don't understand constructive criticism, but we're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard spot because we don't meet again until after the 1st of April.
Yeah.
And this term's the 1st of April. Would have been preferable had we had this 2 weeks ago, so we could have gone through and had a conversation about it. And so we had, it does make it, we wouldn't have changed anything, just so you know, but at the same time, it's the appearance of that doing our due diligence, which we did not.
Absolutely, and I push the underwriter in once you get this to me as soon as possible, starting.
I understand. There's a quality issue with underwriters, so I understand that. So this is our insurance policy for the upcoming year. Then we take a motion to accept or deny.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move that we accept the quote the travelers for the 2025 insurance in the amount of $495,439 and allow you as the chairman to sign that in between.
And the motion, I'll second. Motion by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Bradley, acceptance and delayed signature on this. All in favor?
Aye.
Good job.
Thank you, commissioners, I appreciate it. See you guys. Thanks.
And to answer your question, we do cover Aspen Groves. We insure the building, they cover all the operations, just as Zach said.
Thank you. Good to see you here.
Thank you.
Okay, you want to circle around and go back to planning and zoning regs, or continue moving forward with the agenda.
Planning and zoning regs.
Okay. We will fill in currently with planning and zoning regs if you'd like to. Move to the front, and so you're going to talk. If they had a motion to terminate Whiskey Rock and the contract with them, We had a conversation about sending the Whiskey Rock draft back to the Planning and Zoning Commission, I believe. Planning and Zoning Commission, at that point in time, we had a question pertaining to what you termed as a working group, Mr. Melinkovich.
Yeah, so I guess the point that I was getting at on that. The way the legislature has structured this process is it essentially empowers the Planning and Zoning Board to develop the regulations. Then the word that they use is certify them to the Board of County Commissioners for your approval. So for all intents and purposes, the Planning and Zoning Board, in conjunction with staff, under the way that the legislature viewed this, is that they would put together a comprehensive plan, including zoning regulations, or including those zoning regulations, and then you all have that final say, because the Board of County Commissioners is vested with all the authority to enforce all regulations regarding property within the county, except for municipalities and other government-owned property. So I guess when we're thinking about a working group, that working group, for all intents and purposes, is the board. And so if you add additional people to that, it's not as though they could meet outside of a public meeting. They would have to function in that same public space. And so if you added individuals, or if you brought commissioners in to participate, you're not fundamentally changing the structure of what's already happening.
Affirmative.
If that makes any sense. So I just don't know if there's any value in doing that.
Well, my response to that is twofold. One, absolutely a public meeting, full transparency is how it should be. I recognize that. To bring in individuals that are from different portions of the county to participate. I think if a person from Pinedale or a person from Marbleton wants to come over, at least we have representation. We're talking about the same thing. One of the concerns that I have is with any board, you're not going to have full participation if you have planning and zoning meetings specifically for a draft, because are drafting the planning and zoning regs because they have a life to live and it's a volunteer position. So there's 5 people on the board currently, I think. 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 4, 5. So to ask them to come to a planning and zoning meeting and then come in a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks or days in a row to work on the planning and zoning regulations is a large ask for volunteers. So we could pass it back down to the planning and zoning board and actually only have 1 or 2 people there that participate in it. If that makes sense.
Well, I think I might be confused because this already happened. Like we've already, I should say, when I say we, I mean the county through the Planning and Zoning Commission already went through the regulations, posted, hey, we're going to go through these chapters tonight. Anybody interested?
We're sending it back down to redo.
And this is where I think there might be some confusion. Yes, that can be done, but I don't understand how it still has to be done in a public meeting, in a public hearing with all of your board, all the planning and zoning board present. They have to have a quorum. So you're not changing the requirement on the volunteers that are on that board that are appointed to be on that board.
Sure, I understand.
I just don't understand what additional community members would do. Any community member that wants to come is more than welcome to come and already participate.
Okay, so a person can come and readily participate, and they will not be blocked from participating in that discussion and creating that document. Did I understand that correctly?
Through my experience watching this happen for the past year and a half, no community member has ever been stopped from communicating. They have in certain circumstances when we were going over chapter, one of the chapters in there, and a person wanted to discuss something that was completely unrelated, they were notified, hey, tonight we're talking about A, B, and C. D is next week, please come back. Okay. But I have yet to see any person be restricted on their ability to participate, to comment, to send emails, to make suggestions. Frankly, we've had people who have written out entire paragraphs and said, I think this is what it should say for signage. And like those things have been incorporated in the conversation. So I see no situation where anyone would be prohibited from putting in their 2 cents. It hasn't happened yet, and I'm looking to the board chair who runs the meeting, and I don't anticipate that Chris would ever say you can't talk to
You have to
anyone.
recognize we've not done this before, so we can inference that what we can occur is going to occur.
Well, I guess I would just suggest that that's a question for Chris, because I know I run the meetings. I have yet to see him tell anybody to stop talking, even though I've mentally been like, Chris, tell so-and-so to shut up because I'm tired of listening to him. And he knows who so-and-so is. But he's never told so-and-so to shut up. So, that's what, I just don't know if it makes sense to appoint specific people to participate in a process when every single person who lives in the county is already.
They can self-appoint themselves or self-appoint a group to come and participate. Is how I understood the bottom line of this.
Everyone can participate already.
And then we get into, you said something, Chairman Lisinek's choice and direction. What is the participation of the Planning and Zoning Administration for clarification in this process?
I guess, how do you mean?
Will they just come and listen? Do they actively participate as an administrator? Do they take control of the meetings? Is what I'm talking about.
Okay, so.
So what you said was that Mr. Listenik is in charge.
He's the chairman, he runs the meeting.
I have the planning and zoning administrator sitting here. What is his role and function in that meeting in this regard?
He's your employee and he's the planning professional in the room.
So he's been used as reference only?
And certainly that is by all means chime in because you were talking about.
I provide information as they need it. I provide professional opinion on those things. I do not run the meeting. I provide that information.
Sure.
I put things on the agenda. I set the meeting agenda, have to do the advertising.
It's important to recognize what each one's role is, at least for me. So someone says, well, so-and-so is doing this, I have an idea of how they functions. So you're our reference guide, and Mr. Listening runs meetings.
Correct.
And the planning and zoning board members and flash through everything.
Correct, as I have in the past.
Yes. We haven't had this conversation with Fornstrom, that's why I'm asking. Oh, thank you.
Do you have more questions for me? What's that?
Not right now, thank you.
Okay.
What are we doing? So local meetings. 7 to planning and zoning, what is our plan? This copy, and we, what is our term? My understanding with communication, vote on it, whether we ready to send that down.
This thought. Can I bring up just a point? And this is what I was trying to get earlier. Like right now, it's still in the planning and zoning. You only get involved officially once planning and zoning has certified that recommendation to you and said, we've done all the work, we've gone through, we've listened to the public, we've done these things. This is the regulations that we want you to consider. So right now, you're not sending anything back to planning and zoning because it lives there. It's theirs. So they're already operating, they already have a meeting set for Thursday where they're gonna consider these regulations and are continuing to work towards that point when they ultimately say, and they have a motion on the floor that says, this is the version. They certify it, and then it becomes your baby to then review and have your own public hearings.
So this process has already been done. Planning and Zoning Commission already sent their work that they did with the community, thousands of hours of that work to them. So shouldn't we be to the point now that they could just send us that document? We could take what Whiskey Rock did with theirs, and we could take what they've already done, the work that we're asking them to redo, and then come up with what we want to do in the future, comparable documents. Well, that's what I want to know, because I thought we were talking about sending this document back to tell them. Right now, this is Whiskey Rock stuff.
He's told me make sure he resides there. That this is a planning and zoning, it's not here.
Correct.
What's on your agenda for this Thursday meeting? Have you said it? What are you doing?
So that's what, all I'm saying is we got to give Chris clear direction and Dennis clear direction of what we.
So we should have done that today.
Yeah, so if we're gonna tell him, go do everything you did, send us another document that you sent to Whiskey Rock in 2023, then why are we doing it?
In my mind, we tell these guys, look in that Whiskey Rock stuff and see if the stuff you sent them in 2023 is in there. Bet it like you're got what you've done. What do you got on your
Chairman, Commissioners, that will be so the agenda. That's what we're doing right now.
Yeah.
So the agenda for Thursday is to go through the regulations. I'm here today in part because I'm trying to get some understanding of what the specificities of that might look like. I would say that to the last meeting we had was where we asked Mr. Grimm questions. We didn't really work through the regulations at all as a group as of that point. Based on what I'm hearing today, I think that what I would start to do on Thursday night is to actually start going through what we submitted in 2023, look at the updates that Mr. Grimm gave us, reconcile the two essentially to try to give, we want to use the Whiskey Rock report as input. So I imagine that we would start to work from that as input and work chapter by chapter through it.
So you're going to be a couple of months, several months between this, or you foresee you have something soon?
I would be happy to schedule additional special meetings to work through it. I have to talk to my fellow commissioners on the board and see if they're game to do that. But I would be happy to work through it as quickly as possible. I know that we're all anxious to put some resolution around this.
It sounds like it's pretty well cut and dried. You take Whiskey Rock and compare it to what you think went to them, and you're going to come up with a final draft to send to us.
That is what I would do if I was given no further direction from the Board of County Controllers. Yes.
So
One last question, if I may. Because I don't know, does our existing planning and zoning regulations have any merit or any need for consideration in that process?
Well, in a way that what we delivered in 2023, I would say was a updating of the existing regulations. Yeah, so I would say that they're represented in what we delivered.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Good. Go on, always do about it's good.
Well, I might get run out, but the commissioners have a budget, we got some money in our budget. If they have a special meeting, it looks like they don't do some pizzas. Guys, but I mean.
You're here, public comment,
Huh?
I will say here, I'm from public comment on that suggestion.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, that's I'll throw that out there. We can think about it. But listen, this is getting ridiculous. These guys, whether we agree with it or not, this is, you could, I would do it.
Mr. Fornstrom.
Quit with that.
I said, thank you, Mr. Fornstrom. Thank you, Mr. Melinkovich. You're welcome.
We want to discuss that,
Okay.
that whole suggestion.
What was the suggestion?
Well, if they have these special meetings, if we, take out our budget, something on the commissioner's budget, on the pizza and some drinks or something, I mean, this is, a possibility. I mean, we buy, get our meals.
Can't be up.
No, but I'm just saying,
Pizza though, I mean.
if they're gonna set there 8 or 9 o'clock at night, that's just me talking. Maybe Chris don't even need pizza.
I'll just say thank you, Commissioner, for the recommendation. I think, the planning zone commission would be fine without that. That's very
Well, I know they would.
It's kind of like cheese on the crab. Thank you. Really. Smokers. Next, monthly reports, accounts payable. Accounts payable, I have a position. Existing accounts payable is $1,128,888.57. Are there any questions on any of these concerns pertaining to the accounts payable list? It is the correct in itself. Correction that we have.
Mr. Chairman, I make I move that we approve the account payable amount of $1,939,001.31.
Got a motion, let's stand. By Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Bradley, approval of vouchers and payroll liabilities, $1,939,001.31. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Next, we have the sales survey. And then the state of West Virginia.
I'm gonna make, us new really approve the actual correction presented to us in our packet. On the assessor office, on those things that you're $120.
Second. Coming back to this. Really good. Okay. This is it.
Everybody knows.
That's the assessment.
Motion for acceptance of the negative 2193 American Color Code. Got a motion by Commissioner Wenz for second.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner White, seconded by Commissioner Bradley. All in favor?
Aye.
I
think it's $2.
Treasurer and Melinkovich City, bond approval. Less maturity.
Make a motion to approve bond for Tessa Manning, Highland Irrigation District.
Second. Motion second. I thought another bond. For Smith Lehman, motion second. All approved. Aye. Second one for
Second one is free estimate. I have a second bond for Tessa Manning for Fayette Irrigation District.
Vice President Mallard, second now. Motion second, all in favor? Aye. Aye. Get this one also.
That's the table of business.
Wait. County administrator reports here. Mr. Chairman, report the board, please. So the third portion of the three class NEPA trainings coming up, the other side of the state of the zone would allow Vanessa, myself, and anybody else who wants to come to attend that. When is that, please? I'll go over the days, I have to look it up, but it's in April or I think it's in May. There's one working in Nebraska, if you can't spell out the islands, but WIOR, thank you. Well, what's kind of their state region, all of Maple that's over there.
Great years in left, or did you say July?
No, I think it is in Marbleton, a small family there. I'm very curious on where they're at with this C2 regulations, not being able to go anymore, and the executive will come out and
He's got to be right.
That's the right bill.
On the bottom. No, right in front of you. And right there, underneath that. There you go. There you
Okay. So is it all right from the commission that we do attend that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Perfect. So then I have an administrative report. Okay. Our business. Bring up the claim, came up with that meeting, was something that was going to occur last fall, but I think it's actually did not occur. Conversation, since we're already so close to having a new one published, we want to go back and visit what should have been done several months ago.
So what we decided was it just going to be running on the website. We didn't vote to have another one last year. So Kerry was, or somebody, I'm not mentioning any names, was going to put that on the website, what was going to be in the book. We decided that budget time.
And it didn't happen when Carrie's alive, it's not going to happen on her watch, so do we want to just skip it this year and start after this next budget? Because it hasn't been put together, so someone's going to have to sit down and create it. So I guess it's going to be a lot of wasted time to ready some look at the budget time again.
Okay, good with that. Mr. Vickery? Okay. Thank you. Any public comment?
Okay, so maybe some old business. We ready for that?
Commissioner Stevens has your business you would like to address?
Well, I went to the rec board meeting the other night, and so there was a request from the guy at the sporting clays, and there's been some, I'd say, problems out there. I don't know if any of you heard of one person on the board has, and I'd like to see if we can request that guy and his wife come to the meeting, so we can ask some questions, so we don't have to about it.
That was a great idea. Do you remember the man's name?
It's through the rec board. He had a pretty big request. What they said, they weren't gonna go to that route or something.
Well, it was, I don't remember the exact number. I want to say it was 68,000, but I don't know if that was up there. But what it was, it surprised me when I thought they were talking about goose on the range. What it is they're upgrading, they want to upgrade the equipment that's there. And apparently what they got is the new to the buildings, fashion stuff. They want to bring it up to speed.
So I understand there's a key goes from here, goes up there to shoot on these items.
Yeah, I guess it's
They can't get there. A couple of Sundays ago, heard the kid and he had never let that kid shoot.
Yeah, but then there's a small addition to that, because I've talked to some of the guys out there that would like to shoot. In fact, they come to Piney because they could get them down here and shoot wherever they need.
So every Saturday, man, another shooting. I've been out and shot a few times this week. It's a pretty big bunch.
Yeah. So I think there needs to be some clarification to actually owns that. Because it's a county facility, operating in Portland County. I don't know all the ins and outs are, but it sounds like there's some issues.
And I could ask Clayton if you checked into that to see if there's any liability insurance anybody's paying it there.
So, and thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I think this is an interesting conversation to have for sure. And just to clarify, Commissioner Irey. So it is county-owned property, the facility. We're not operating. The county is not operating.
We have a lease with somebody though.
Correct. And I just, and I'll tell you why I'm saying this. I just want to clarify as we're all on the public record. The county is not operating that space. It's not a county facility. Just for when we're talking about the purposes of liability, because as we talked about before, that Governmental Claims Act does open up governmental entities when they operate recreational facilities. That is a recreational facility, but we are not operating. So that being said, to the question that you're asking about liability, there is a lease from 2009 that UNESCO was able to find with the Pinedale one up behind the industrial park. So there is a lease right there, and it is a 50-year lease, and they are in charge of carrying the insurance and everything else. I have not asked for insurance, but the lease does give us the authority that they do have to produce those policies in the event that the county asks for those policies to show that they are insured, and then they have also agreed to indemnify the county for any potential problems. So it is our property, but it's just the same exact as Aspen Grove. If something happens in Aspen Grove, we insure the building, but anything that happens inside is not our problem. So the county carries no liability with the rifle range.
I'd be very shocked if there's any liability because the guy that's on the paperwork that's ahead of it is dead for 7 years.
Well, that I hear you on that.
I was hoping you'd come to that rec board meeting, but they did.
Well, I don't think I must be it. I mean, it's been dead that long, sure.
Yeah.
But in all seriousness, with this, there is the lease. They are supposed to carry it.
So how many leases is there?
I believe there is one, and it has 2 entities on it. It says rifle and pistol, but I don't
see. This is shooting sports. This is shooting plays. This is completely different than rifle and pistol we're talking about here.
So then that's one of the questions that I'm glad that this came up, because in the event that they're operating or there's someone operating on county property that doesn't have that permission from the county, we do need to address it. And so I don't know what those organizations are. It's the first time it's come up. I believe we talked about a lease with the Big Piney group last year, but I don't think we never did finalize one. It came up in conversation like, hey, they should probably have one, but it, like many of the things, just didn't get followed up on. So this is an issue that does need to be addressed, is who these organizations are and what they're doing, and do we have proper paperwork covering it. So I have full support of seeing if and hell, let's get them all to a meeting and let's have that conversation. And then we can understand the nature of the organization, because if they've changed hands, they were supposed to notify us under the lease. And if we need to get new leases with new organizations, then let's do it.
I can tell you they've changed hands with the person that was on that lease originally, because he's no longer on Earth.
He already made that joke.
Yeah.
So,
well,
he beat you to the punch.
Yeah. Okay.
But I'd like to request that guy, Monty Orgerono, would know how to, he'd know on the sporting plays. Now, the other part, I have no idea who's up on the rifle pistol.
find somebody on that one.
So, Mr. Chairman, my plate is up there. I just laughed. I know.
I would get the big funny one here, so you something. Well, it's always a little question.
Fire away. I said, again.
I just renewed
We-
membership on
Yeah,
the,
yeah.
yeah, so I can find somebody.
I think we get into it, set up one side,
I'm just gonna use it. $100
set one side. I'm just
They
saying.
have that, and here's the reason I want them. There's a badge, they got the dollar salesman, so they got one up here too.
Yeah, but
Couldn't they have
I got you.
They need to here too. So that's fun.
For cancer, no.
The answer's no.
We can talk about nauseam offline. How's that sound?
We eliminate the dollars. I've saved less than $1.62.
You could issue credit cards.
I should have known, I'm sure that I understood most bills back now. The second that comes, you're both business. I see what's right? How much money did you put in your personal credit card in the past, or something you just bought, traveling for county business? Exactly. It's a very valid point. Not $1.62. There are circumstances.
Okay, I have excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Oh, good.
I have a beverage sales permit application for Burke Steel, March 15th. This passed.
They all.
Motion to approve the liquor license for March 15th Boulevard. I'll second.
Okay, there's nothing else,
I got some needs.
things, so, oh, yes, I need to.
Well, no, not this one. This one here, it's, just a mock-up letter.
I think it's on that.
Which is on regular or anything else. So, Mr. Chairman, as I sit on the PAC board, I'll give a quick update. That PAC board, one request from the PAC board is that, they are going after a grant, asking if the county would sign a letter in support. I asked you guys, the chairman passed this letter around to you guys earlier. I'd ask you guys to either allow me or the chairman to sign it on behalf of this commission, and get it back to them. Also, just a quick update, they have currently started working on the leisure pool side. So there's been a leak that's been going on down there for quite a while. They have dug up the hot tub portion of it, started construction. They're going to replace the entire liner of the leisure pool. So that construction's underway. Board's doing good. It's like everybody else in the county right now, just highly concerned of where the levy's going to come in this year and what the budget's going to look like. Other little business, I appreciate the board allowing me to go to DC on behalf of Sublette County, with the county administrator and represent us, with NACO. It was a very interesting trip, very good trip. Got to meet, secretary, some of the head leaders of the different, for example, in that Department of Interior, BLM, Forest Service, USDA, Department of Ag, Department of Energy, very, very good, receptive talks. The guys are in chaos right now, as you can imagine, with the hundreds of executive orders that have came out of the head office. Scrambling to get that, the one common theme across the board, and being directed to them from the top is to work with local state governments in developing and moving forward with some of this land use. Definitely with the Doge stuff, definitely some unknowns of what's going to happen as far as employment and or scaling back in some offices. We did say that a small community like ours and throughout the state of Wyoming, definitely there is a need that some of those positions stay intact and or there is a good plan moving forward, especially in Wyoming where 80% of our land is all coming off of a federal lease. So
definitely need some help there and some thought on how they're going to move forward with those. But overall, very good trip. A lot of exciting things happening, a lot of excited people, handful of not so excited people. I'm sure you guys saw them on the governor's or the president's speech back to legislative recovery. But it's very, very interesting time right now in Washington. Like I said, a lot of excitement, a lot of unknown, a lot of chaos. I stand for any questions on that, and we're thanks for the
So I had a short discussion with this about the same thing. She indicated to me that she indicated to me of all the time spent out there, the first 2 days, for her important to be there. And the tail end was okay, but there it is, at least from your standpoint. It's the first 2 days.
I agree about it wholeheartedly. First 2 days, 2.5 days is the days that we spend going all over and meeting with those agencies. And tell you what, don't go out there if you don't like going through security. Every building, take off the boots and go through TSA security and the belt. And it's quite a deal. But Janessa is spot on that. I would add one more day to that. The first day of April, when we're actually meeting as our steering committees, Janessa sits on the public land steering committee. I sit on the environmental and energy steering committee. That's a very informative and a very good portion of that. I would say from that 4 day, Baco's putting on a lot of information out that helps counties, a lot of presentations, for example, AI presentations, different IT presentations, different presentations that help us. The last day of NACO, usually they get, 4 years ago, they had the president was, President Trump was there to speak. He turned us down this year, ditched us this year. He said he was more important for him to speak to his legislative in Congress. So guess I'm gonna have to continue going on. Should that happen again and it be in a different place, I think that last day could be important to have that conversation. But this year, I would tend to agree with Janessa that last 2 days of the conference to the 2 days of the conference. Look at these and miss those about this bunch. First 2 days very important. I would Southern County.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for that. Thanks.
Absolutely.
Okay, any other old business?
No, I got a question here, maybe you'll clarify. When the weed and pest gal was here, who took that money away from her?
So that was federal money. So federal put a moratorium, freeze, and a pullback of all the money. So that was one of the things that we discussed in those departments like USDA. They were able to fight back and explain, hey, these projects that we currently have on the board that we're currently doing, currently have contracts with subcontractors, can we still spend that money? So each department's working through getting some of that already committed out money back. Non-committed money is still up for question. So yep, and so that was
So that's all over the country.
That's all over the country. That was the mandate. One of the executive orders was all federal funding cease. And now they're working through the process of deciding which of that federal funding money comes back and is already dedicated and allocated out to a project, which of it needs part of the vetting through the Department of Governmental Excellence, the Dodge Department of Government Efficiencies. Departmental that comes back, so that's what Julie was talking about. That money got pulled. Sounds like she's got $1.5 million of it committed back. Still working on getting. Sense.
Any other open comments or old business? Except for the motion to,
We're gonna set public comment or see if there's any public comment, Mr. Chairman. Again, public comment. Just gonna say, go with the jazz public. I did. Sorry. No, it's good. I've asked them twice actually. Make them leave in here. What's your second? Motion made second, to adjourn the meeting. All in favor? Thank you. All right. All right.